Caden Ferraro.
Less than 24 hours ago, the Charlottesville Tom Sox punched their ticket into the Valley League playoffs, locking down the regular season South Division crown. Now tonight, they'll face the Culpeper Cavaliers, who are jockeying for a position in those aforementioned playoffs. Dylan Price, Mike Bolger will guide you through tonight's contest. Thanks for making us a part of your Saturday evening here on Tom Sox TV. Mike, I alluded to it, but last night the Tom Sox winning not one but two games against the Covington Lumberjacks. They resumed a suspended contest from July 9th, finished it out 10 days later with an 11-1 10-run rule victory in the eighth frame. Then, shortly thereafter, they would toss a thrilling 2-1 pitcher's duel victory. Overall, a quality day, doing it on both ends of things and locking up the South Division.
Absolutely. It was a battle of the bullpens between the Lumberjacks and the Tom Sox. Throughout it, Booten got off to a great start, only allowing one run. It wasn't earned. He was able to punch out a couple of batters, and then guys like Ferraro, Grayshak, and then Daniel Powell coming into relief, getting his fifth save of the season. Man, it was just a tight game all the way through, and as you said, pitcher's duel to the end.
Landon Abrahamson will take the ball tonight for a pitching staff that is amongst the best in the Valley League. They pace the league with a 3.62 ERA, opposing batting average of .213. Well, it's also the best mark in the league. Abrahamson will get his first start of the season. Last time out was a little bit of rough sledding, but he'll look to dial back in tonight. The Dallas Baptist pitcher has a 6.75 ERA through 4 games. He's tossed 4 innings, and he has 8 strikeouts. Abrahamson is ready. He'll face a lineup that's led off by Blagan Pato from Longwood. Abrahamson sets, looks down. His battery mate in Cale Strickland rocks, fires, and the first pitch sails high for ball 1. First pitch time is 6:59 p.m. Temperature just below 80 on a otherwise gorgeous Saturday evening after a bit of a dreary Saturday afternoon. The 1-0 inside for ball 2. Abrahamson will face a lineup led off by Blagan Pato. Then following up is John Howard batting second, playing third. Connor Marionak, the shortstop, bats third. Bryce Demery, the designated hitter, and the cleanup hitter. As Abrahamson offering with the 2-0, it'll go to 3-0. Gabriel Larry bats fifth in left field. Ryan Peterson doing the catching, batting sixth. Jackson Rusiecki batting seventh in right field. Ryan Kropel batting eighth at second. And Brock Bollinger at first base batting ninth. Abrahamson the 3-0 way outside for ball 4. And Pato works a 4-pitch walk.
Yeah, for Abrahamson, it's going to be rough getting back on the mound, back in your own groove. It's almost been a month, Dylan, since this guy's been out here throwing some pitches, and this is a Cavalier lineup that ranks 7th in the VBL. So not really the best, not really the worst, right in the middle of the pack where you normally want to be when you have one of the best fielding and one of the top bullpens in the league as well.
Abrahamson's first offering to John Howard sails high for ball 1. So that's 5 balls thus far for Abrahamson, yet to find the strike zone. Howard comes in tonight with a .267 average, .370 on base percentage, as this one is skied way foul. And now the count will go to 1-1, and Abrahamson gets his first strike. Howard also leading the team in ribbies with 20, hits with 31, at-bats with 116, games with 31, and walks with 17. The runner is going. Pato, the throw down to him, skips away from Ryan Wynn and into center field. Pato looked like he was going to make the turn, but will jet back to second and stand there safely. It's a stolen base for Blagan Pato, who now stands in scoring position with no outs and a 2-1 count on John Howard.
Tom Sox infield and even outfield have had their difficulties all season long. So far on the season, they have 69 errors. They are all the way in bottom for fielding percentage with a .944. So it's important for the Tom Sox tonight to get off to a big start, not only at the plate, but in the field.
Breaks inside for a called strike 2. Count even at 2 apiece. Abrahamson trying to dial back in here after the walk to Pato and now a stolen base. The Mount Olive College third baseman and Howard digs in. 2-2 count. Abrahamson hangs the arm, now sets, waist high, winds, fires the 2-2, sails inside for ball 3. Tom Sox in their home lime green jerseys with the navy blue sleeves, white cap with the Tom Sox emblem embroidered, and then it's white pants for all the players as well. For the Cavaliers, it's their grays, their road grays with the navy blue and yellow lettering. And we'll see their ball caps. It's navy blue with their logo embroidered as well, I believe. Just looking from here. Yep, it is.
Yep.
Okay. Their typical road kits. Nice uniform matchup for you as well. As the payoff pitch incoming as Abrahamson will fire out of the stretch. Howard's ready. Abrahamson's ready. The 3-2 is skied into shallow right center. Coming on and retrieving it is Gibson. Howard thought about it for a moment, but heads back into second, and that's the first out. With that being the first out, let's set the defense for you. Caden Ferrero is at first. Ryan Wynn at second. Sam Mumaw at short. Cooper Blauser at third. Cale Strickland doing the catching. Ethan Gibson, the aforementioned, in right field. James Nunnally in center, and Isaac Vanderwood in left. Abrahamson on the bump, but expect a lot of changes in this defense throughout the course of the night. We'll keep you up with them, as a lot of guys getting reps as now the Tom Sox have clinched their playoff berth, so going to try to get everybody equal playing time before the postseason. This is fouled from Marianac on the first offering to him. It'll go to an 0-1 count.
Probably one of the most interesting parts about this Tom Sox field tonight is the youth and then also a little inexperience. Ethan Gibson, this is only his third time playing the outfield this season alone, normally in the interior of the infield, so already off to a good start with that fly out, but it's going to be interesting to see the communication between the three.
0-1 cut on and miss from Marianac, and Abrahamson now in the driver's seat in an 0-2 count. Connor Marianac digs in. The UNC Charlotte shortstop has a .354 average, 5 doubles, 2 homers, 17 runs driven home, and he's one of the best hitters on the team. Called strike 3. Abrahamson gets his first strikeout of the evening on 3 pitches at that, and now after a leadoff walk, he's dialed back in, and he's got 2 outs here in the top of the first.
It's important for him, too, because coming back on the mound for the first time in a while, you need to find your groove again, and already starting off with a walk in 4 pitches, you're like, all right, I got to find something here, then get a fly out, not a strikeout. Man, he's in a groove all of a sudden.
Abrahamson stares at Pato, kicks the leg, fires, off-speed pitch, called strike 1, and he's ahead already on the cleanup hitter in Bryce Demery. Demery from Longwood as well, trying to drive his Longwood teammate and Pato home. The 0-1 outside for ball 1. Demery a .322 average with a pair of doubles, a pair of homers, and 14 runs driven in. His .444 on base percentage is also one of the best marks in the lineup tonight. It's second, actually, to Marianac, who was just retired. Also
utility player, so he does pitch every so often, and it's interesting. He bats righty and he throws a lefty, so one of those dual players you don't see too often.
The 1-1 fouled off the fencing in the count 1-2. So Abrahamson has a runner in scoring position, but is in a opportune situation to work out of the frame. The 1-2 incoming to the Auburn catcher in Cale Strickland, who sets his glove. Abrahamson looks to second at Pato, now kicks the leg, fires, off-speed pitch, rung him up, called strike 3. After a leadoff walk, Abrahamson retires. The next 3 faced with a pair of strikeouts. We head to the bottom of the first. Hang with us here on Tom Sox TV. The Tom Sox continue their hot pitching with a Another 0 on the board to kick things off here in the top of the first. Now we head to the bottom of the first. It's a Tom Sox pitching staff that allowed just 2 runs last night in the doubleheader to the Lumberjacks, and now the Bats that scored 14 last night, some quick math for you there, will look to pick up right where they left off. And here's how the lineup looks to face Tyler Ryder. Ethan Gibson leads off in right field. Ryan Wynn batting second, playing second. Caden Ferrero batting third at first base. Kelby Wallace, the designated hitter, bats fourth. Isaac Vanderwood in left field bats fifth. Cooper Blauser at third base batting sixth. Batting fifth. James Nunnally. Okay, I caught myself back up. James Nunnally batting seventh in center field. Cale Strickland doing the catching, batting eighth. And Sam Mumaw, the shortstop, batting ninth. Once you get to that heart of the lineup, folks, the 5-6, they can just about be interchangeable, clearly. And they will be facing Tyler Couchrider. Couchrider is coming into the contest with a 4.56 ERA in 23 and 2/3 tossed. His last time out, he went 4 innings, allowing 2 runs on 4 hits with 2 walks and a strikeout. He faced the Tom Sox already once this season on June 19th, where he tossed 2 innings, allowing no earned runs with 3 strikeouts. Couchrider will face Ethan Gibson, who digs in. Gibson, 244 average with 4 doubles, 2 triples, and a homer. Gibson, first pitch to him called, strike 1. Couchrider coming by way of Lynchburg. He's a Virginia native from Warrenton. He fires the 0-1 to Gibson. Gibson cut on and missed, and now he's quickly ahead in the count with it being 0-2. Gibson, a .431 on base percentage and a really dangerous threat on the base pass. Third base coach tonight for the Tom Sox is who it usually is. It's head coach Randy Tomlin, and at first for now, it's Will Pearson. The 0-2, cut on and missed, strike 3, and that's the first out. So let's set the defense for you for the Cavaliers. Brock Bollinger on first, Kropel at second, Marianac at short, John Howard at third, Rusiecki in right field, Blake and Pato in center, Gabe Larry in left, and Ryan Peterson doing the catching. Ryan Wynn digs in, and he will face Couchrider. Wynn, the second baseman tonight, has a .341 average, and he has been on a tear as of late. First pitch to him outside for ball 1.
Ryan Wynn right now on a 6-game hitting streak, obviously looking to extend that. During that same span, he's had 4 multi-hit games. So, as you said, Dylan, been on an absolute tear, looking to continue that as we head to the postseason.
The Wofford Terrier fouls this one off down the first base side. Wofford Terrier also has 16 games of his last 18 with a hit. So all but 2 games in that run, Wynn has went hitless. A hard out. The 1-1 is once again fouled down the first base side. And Wynn now in a 1-2 count facing Couchrider here. Couchrider already retiring 1 on 3 pitches, that being Ethan Gibson. Caden Ferrero in the on-deck circle. The 1-2 as Couchrider sets, kicks the leg, fires, Wynn, cut on and missed, strike 3. Second strikeout for Couchrider in back-to-back ABs.
This Cavaliers team, Dylan, they don't rely so much on strikeouts. They actually have the least in the VBL, and they really rely on their field, who ranked number 5 with a 9.57 fielding percentage to get most of the work done, and it's been able to work a lot. That's why they hold the number 3 seed right now in the playoffs. But, man, what a start from him.
Ferrero ready and fouls the first one off as it hits a piece of that Willie T. Barnett baseball field sign on the left side of the home plate cage. And coming out to shag that one, I believe, was Bryce Demery, the designated hitter. Caden Ferrero digs in, back, shoulder high, now watches it outside for ball 1. Count even at 1 apiece with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Sox allowing a base runner on by way of walk and Pato, but then Abrahamson retiring the next 3, and thus far Couchrider off to a hot start. Looks for the sign from Peterson. Rocks, fires. Ferrero splintered, foul down the third base side. Heading towards a few cars, and a couple kids can hopefully reel it in before it takes any bad bounces towards the high school either.
they were ready down that third base line. There's a patch of grass, and they always play wiffle ball down there. So they always got their gloves in hand, ready to go.
1-2 from Couch Rider to the Blinn Buccaneer in Ferrero. Ferrero ready. Couch Rider fires outside and high for ball 2. Home plate umpire tonight, Lance Heltz. At first base, it's Vance Coleman, and at third, it's Greg John. Heltz calling the balls and strikes. Watching a 2-2 count for Couch Rider versus Ferrero. The 2-2 offering is inside just by a hair, and the count will go full. Ferrero trying to work a walk and bring up Colby Wallace, the regular cleanup hitter for Randy Tomlin. He'll have half of the cleanup hitting duties tonight before tagging out to Jack McMullen later in the game, as a bunch of switches we'll get you caught up on when they happen are expected. The payoff pitch. Ferrero roped down the first base line and just foul. If it was really, I'm trying to measure it out, like give a more than just like a foot, 2 feet, maybe an arm's length. If we're
half an arm's length.
Not
yeah.
even. It was close.
It was very, very close.
I always try to paint an image of how far, and I was at a loss for words there. It was that close, folks. The 3-2 incoming with 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the first to Ferrero. It is inside of ball 4. Peterson popped up. He thought it was a called strike 3. He actually talked to Heltz afterwards. But Ferrero works a walk on 6 pitches, actually 7, and now we'll head over to first base.
Number 24,
Colby Wallace digs in. Wallace mashed his first home run of the season against the Cavaliers in Culpeper on Thursday. It was the long-anticipated first Colby Jack. Now works with Ferrero on first. First offering to Wallace outside for ball 1 in the on-deck circle. It's Isaac Vanderwood. Vanderwood will man left field tonight. Came in late last night and had a catch that ended up actually securing the win late in the contest. Wallace skied into right field. It's hanging in the sky, and it will drop down right into Rusiecki's glove for the final out. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We head to the top of the second. Hang with us on Tom Sox TV.
For the Culpeper Cavaliers,
Back at you from CHS, as it is Women in Sports Night tonight, Host Family Appreciation Night. And tonight, in place of Jeff Harrington, Kaylee Trent is on PA. Of course, that was not Kaylee Trent. That's a voice some of you may know. It is fellow Tom Sox media intern and media personnel, Gigi Jones, who just filled in there for a moment. 1-0 count now here as Gabriel Larry digs in to face Abrahamson, who continues on in the start after striking out 2 in the top of the first. Abrahamson loses this one right from the onset, and it skips into the cage behind home plate, and the count goes to 2-0 on Larry. Larry from Mississippi State has a .282 average with a pair of doubles, 3 home runs, and 14 runs driven home on the season. Abrahamson sets, fires the 2-0 ways away from Larry. Just feels like Abrahamson can't get a grip on the ball right now. Mike and I were talking during the break. We watched him sail one as well that was a little wild, and seeing him now grab the rosin bag starting to make sense. It's a humid day. It's been on and off rain as of now. Gonna knock on wood. We learned where the wood in here is. It's our stools the other day when Mike and I knocked then as well, and hope that the weather holds out on us. The 3-0 behind Larry sails way into the cage, and now Larry works a 4-pitch walk, and Abrahamson actually having a conversation with our home plate umpire in Helts, and Randy Tomlin might be coming out to talk to Abrahamson in a moment here.
One of the toughest things to do as a baseball player, not only as a baseball player, a pitcher, is to find a way to battle the elements. And as you said, Dylan, it's been raining all day long, so his grip is going to be a struggle all day long. It's going to be tough to see how he overcomes it.
Abrahamson looks to Larry. Now sets and will fire here. No, he won't. He'll step off the rubber for just a beat and shake his hand as he tries to find a grip and settle in here and find the strike zone. First offering is right down the middle for a called strike one. We saw this in the first inning as well. It was a walk on Pato and then a fly out and a pair of strikeouts to work out of the frame. Abrahamson maybe just needs that first batter to really settle in here. The 0-1 skips away from Strickland. Larry didn't see it at first, but now will trot over to second safely, and this once again gets away, and it's a 1-1 count now.
This is where it's going to start to cost them, Dylan, here, is when a runner's on, these pass balls are just going to advance the runner all the way around, and one batter where a sac fly, a bunt's going to score him home in this game. That's looking like another pitcher's duel here at Charlottesville High School is going to get a little out of hand.
Brett Gassman throwing in the Tom Sox pen. First pitch after that wild pitch is outside and high, but Strickland able to reel it in. It's a 2-1 count now as Abrahamson tries to refine the strike zone. The 2-1 just misses. Heltz holds off on calling it a strike. It goes to a 3-1 count in the on-deck circle. It's Jason Rusiecki from UNC Chapel Hill. He would love to work with 2 on and no outs. The 3-1. Called strike 2, and just about to flip his bat and head over to first was Peterson. And the strike zone baffled Peterson for a moment there. He was a little confused. He was the catcher in the previous frame and will be for the next, I'd assume, and for a bulk of the contest. And the 3-2, check swing. Didn't go, and he will head over to first. It's one of those things as a catcher that we've seen Cale Strickland have conversations with the home plate umpire as well about that, hey, if you're going to have that wide strike zone or narrow strike zone, whatever you're going to enforce, let's do it on both sides. So Peterson had words with Heltz in the previous frame when he was behind the plate, now at the plate, and had words once again. And I'd assume once Cale Strickland's up, he'll want the same treatment as well. With 2 on, digging in is Rusiecki. He bunts this down. Abrahamson tries to make a play on it, throws it over, and he can't connect with Ferrero. 1 run will score, and Larry, the soft toss, doesn't land with Ferrero. And reaching base safely is Rusiecki, and a run comes home, and Culpeper leads 1-0.
I mean, first of all, let's start with the bunt. Great bunt, right down the first base line, just where you want it. Landon Abrahamson's able to get a good read on it, gets it up. He kind of attacked it a little slow at first, so he had to get it off quickly, which is why he just did a quick flick over to first base and then got away from him. Ferraro had no chance to stop it before the runner advanced over to the third. So a tough play. Now he's, again, in a sticky situation. No outs here.
Tom Sox, another error. Abrahamson credited with it. Ball sails high for Abrahamson, and now Gassman, who was just long tossing, has settled into a full warm-up for the Tom Sox. That is now their 70th error on the season. most in the VBL. Strickland won't throw. The runner goes, and he slides in safely. It was one that maybe they were trying to catch Strickland off guard with because the runner on third and Peterson was dancing around as well. But runner will go to second. Now both runners in scoring position. Culpeper already has one run in the frame, looking to tack on more. Abrahamson checks in, now winds, fires way inside, and here goes the runner in Peterson. Peterson will stand up safely, run home. It skipped away, a ways away. The wild pitch allows Peterson to come home. The runner advancing to third, and Rusiecki, and now it's 2 runs across here in the top of the second for Culpeper.
I wouldn't be shocked here if Randy Tomlin, he's going to come out, he's going to argue the call right now with the umpire and see maybe if it didn't tag the batter, if then it would be dead ball. So that might change this rolling here and then take a run off the board, but load the bases. And, I mean, Dylan, this is a Tom Sox team that has come home, won 16 of 19 games here at Charlottesville High School. On the majority of those games, they get out to an early lead and kind of coast from there, allowing their offense to tack on a couple more and then their bullpen to do the rest. So right now, it's kind of just shocking for a couple of these fans to watch an early 2-0 lead here for the road team to get up. And if you're Brett Gassman right now warming up in the bullpen, you're starting to speed things up right now.
And one more note here as Tomlin walks to the mound and now will make the call to Gassman. Gassman will get one more throw in and he will come down. If there was one more thing as Tomlin and Strickland were communicating there that was helped by the umpires converging there is allowing Gassman a couple more throws if Tomlin already knew he was probably going to pull him. But pulling him mid-at-bat is a bit strange. It's a 2-1 count. Gassman will come in. Abrahamson will come out. We'll allow Gassman to get warm, and we'll give you Abrahamson's final line eventually once it's closed. But until then, we're going to step away for just a moment, grab a sip of water. If you want to do it at home, we recommend hydrating this time of year. But hang with us here on Tom Sox TV. Brett Gassman is in for Landon Abrahamson as we rejoin you midway through the top of the second. It's a 2-1 count as Gassman will come in to face Ryan Kropel from Arizona State. Gassman coming by way of Little Rock with a 4.79 ERA and 20 2/3 innings pitched. First pitch to Kropel in this AB for him is outside, so the count goes to 3-1. Gassman coming in for Abrahamson will close his line in just a beat. but the runner on third in Rosiecki is still inherited to him. The 3-1 paints the outside corner. Count goes full. For Gassman, he's pitched twice against the Cavaliers this season with no earned runs on it and 5 innings pitched against them. Both of those appearances, wins for Gassman. The 3-2, skied into left field, racing back and reeling it in is Vanderwood, but tagging up is the runner. He's going to race some. The throw not in time. The sac fly will play another for Culpeper, and they lead 3-0 here in the top of the second.
Right now for Brett Gassman, you kind of just take that. You get the final first out of the second inning. You have no one on base now, so it's all up to you. And now you're facing the bottom of the Cavaliers lineup that is all batting below 250. So right now, to get in a groove with a rushed warm-up time, basically, it's in favor of Brett Gassman right now.
First pitch from Gassman to Bollinger, the 9-hole hitter, is a called strike one. And we watched Abrahamson convincingly work through the lineup in the first, but some control issues prompting Gassman to come in mid-at-bat, cut on and missed. Chased after it in Bollinger, but couldn't corral it, and it's an 0-2 count. And now Gassman, as you mentioned, nobody on in the driver's seat. The 0-2 winds, fires, skied, way foul behind home plate, and even over our press box. And the count will remain at 0-2.
And with that run coming in now, Abrahamson's line is officially closed. 1 innings pitched, no hits, 3 earned runs, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts against 7 batters.
Way inside, actually almost skips the jersey, or skims the jersey of Bollinger as it skips behind him, actually. And it's already the 3rd or 4th time we've seen that in this inning. Gabriel Larry was dancing around there in the batter's box with a few that were errant as well. 1-2, 1 out. Gassman looks for the sign from Strickland, kicks the leg, winds, fires, whips inside, and he's going to hit Bollinger. And now Bollinger will head to first, and Gassman will work with a runner on and head back to the top of the order in Blake and Pato.
That's going to be the 4th walk of this inning, 5th on the game. The Cavaliers don't even have a hit yet, and I mean, this is just not like the Tom Sox bullpen right now. They are 3rd in the league in walks, 1st in the league in allowed hits, and then 1st in ERA. So, I mean, we're just seeing the elements right now play a huge factor. And Dylan, we were talking about it in the break. There are storms around Charlottesville. Nothing's supposed to hit just yet, but the elements are still in play.
Skied center field on the first pitch to Pato. Back on the track is Nunnally. He reels it in. The runner was already on his way to second, so he won't be able to tag in Bollinger, but a 1-pitch, 1 out for Gassman, and some efficiency here will hopefully help him work through this
now
frame.
Batting number 17, John Howard.
He's definitely finding his comfort level, not only on the mound, but with his control. We saw Abrahamson throw a lot of heat in that first inning. Then when he warmed up, he threw a lot of heat. He had to slow it down to get more control on the ball. Gassman has just been able to find a grip here.
A couple storm cells in the area passing through in the 1-0. Count will now be on John Howard as it was low. On the first offering to him, Howard flew out to Ethan Gibson and right last time up in the first frame. The 1-0 from Gassman with the runner on first is going to prompt him actually to throw over and nearly got him in time. Ferrero applied the tag, but just racing back in time was Bollinger. Bollinger stands over there at first. A catcher playing first tonight. Not a huge threat to run, but worth checking on. Gassman winds, fired, skied into center field once again. Nunnally back just in front of the track, and we'll reel it in for out number 3. Gassman comes in, and Gassman sees one cross the plate unearned to him and works out of the frame. But 3 runs cross the plate for Culpeper on 4 walks, and now we head to the bottom of the second here on Tom Sox TV.
Looks like we've got a real
Live and in living color from Charlottesville High School, back at you on Tom Sox TV. Dylan Price and Mike Bolger guiding you through tonight's contest. Isaac Vanderwood, the UVA commit, digs in. He's in left field tonight. 1 for 5 in his first few games donning a Tom Sox uniform. He'll remain up against Tyler Caltrider. First pitch to him. He was showing bunt. It's outside. Called strike 1. Caltrider continues on in the start. Although it's been a while since we saw him, Mike.
Yeah, last pitch was 7:15. It's now 7:33.
Vanderwood roped down the first base side, but foul, and he's quickly behind in an 0-2 count. We'll see Vanderwood, Cooper Blauser, and James Nunnally in the frame. Vanderwood takes a deep breath and dials in, and it's hard, obviously, to trade off being a little colder in Caltrider, but on the flip side, he now runs back out there with a 3-0 advantage. The 0-2 to Vanderwood, high outside, a 4-1.
I think Vanderwood had one of the quickest welcome to Charlottesville moment in his first plate appearance with the Tom Sox at home. First pitch, home run over that right field fence.
1-2 to Vanderwood. Caltrider kicks the leg, fires. Vanderwood cut on and missed. Strike 3, Caltrider's third strikeout of the outing, and he continues to dice and dazzle this Tom Sox lineup.
Absolutely, and these next three, the core three that we're going to see this inning, a lot of inexperience right now for all of them, but Blauser leading the group, 244. He's on a 4-game hit streak. See if he can erase this 0 hits on the entire game right now, Dylan.
First pitch to Blauser, called strike 1. Blauser 10 of 41 since joining the Tom Sox. 6 walks, a double, a triple, a homer. He's covered all his bases, literally. 0-1. Caltrider rocks, fires. Just outside. Count goes to 1-1. Lance Heltz has operated with a wide strike zone and then a narrow strike zone at times. 1-1, 1 out. Caltrider kicks the leg, fires, low, ball 2. So Blauser here trying to spark some offense for the Sox. They're searching for their first hit, but it's the bottom of the second. It's early. Culpeper's still hitless, but they've plated 3 runs as the Tom Sox allowing 3 walks and a hit by pitch in the top of the frame. This is skied in to right field, and it will just line into the glove of Rosiecki. It looked like it was going to drop down for an easy base hit, but it just kind of hung in the sky, and now Blauser on a hard hit ball will head back to the dugout with out number 2.
How about Tyler Caltrider right now? The poise on the mound. He's doing the same rhythm. He's not doing anything faster, slower, anything like that. He's taking a breath. He's realizing he's in full control right now of this game.
First pitch to Nunnally is chopped over to second. Taking a beat and throwing it over is Kropel, and that's the 3rd out. It's a 1-2-3 inning with a strikeout for Caltrider. We head to the 3rd frame. Stick and stay on Tom Sox TV.
call for
We're back
Culpeper,
at you
number 5,
here on Tom
Connor
Sox
Murniak.
TV. Whoop, there it is. Was blaring. I tried to time it up right to it, but hey, we're not perfect sometimes. We all make mistakes, but we rejoin you here on Tom Sox TV. Dylan Price, Mike Bolger with you on this Saturday evening. Hey, thanks for making us a part of your Saturday evening festivities. Gassman back at you on the mound. First pitch outside for ball 1. He'll go against Connor Marianac here. Bryce Demery and Gabriel Larry for the first time. Called strike 1 on Marianac. Gassman coming in relief of Landon Abrahamson. Mid at bat in the previous frame. As Marianac skies this into right field, it's going to drop down in front of Ethan Gibson for a base hit. Marianac, who's a .354 hitter coming into tonight, gets his first hit of the contest and the first hit from either side.
Yeah, for a while there, it just seemed like we'd have a walking
Not batting,
contest
number
there.
We just
Dylan.
said it during the
we
break,
just said
actually.
it. So we just jinxed it, I guess. But great hit there, just blooped it enough into right field. Marianac, one of the core hitters here in the Culpeper's lineup.
Throw over, well, maybe not, from Strickland. He'll just throw it back to Gassman. Popped up out of the crouch like he was going to throw over, but just to let Marianac know that he's there. Gassman, the Charleston Southern pitcher, sidewinds it inside and gets a piece of Demery. Demery will head to first on the hit by pitch. Marianac to second. Gabriel Larry digs in, and now Culpeper, who
Number
lead
24,
3-0
Gabriel
here
Larry.
in the top of the third, are knocking on the door of some more offense.
Well, right there, Dylan, that is going to be the second hit by pitch, and that is going to be the fifth walk. Or excuse me, no. That's going to be the sixth walk of the contest for the Tom Sox. Just not like them at all at the mound right now.
Free bags killing the Sox thus far. Larry, big swing. He tips it into the glove of Strickland. It's an 0-1 count on him here. So Marianac stands at second. At first, after being plunked, is Bryce Demery. And at the dish, it's Mississippi State's Gabe Larry. The 0-1 to him. Outside for ball 1. Gassman trying to provide some length for Randy Tomlin. He's gone far this season. He's totaled up 20.2 innings. Gassman, in what in all likelihood will be his final appearance for the Tom Sox this season. Larry splintered into right field for a base hit. The third base coach will stop the runner at third, so everyone holds, and the bases are juiced for Culpeper for the second straight inning, and now with no outs here in the top of the third.
Now at bat,
This is
number
just a
48,
tough
Ryan Peterson.
situation right now for Gassman. He hung one right over the plate. Thought he was going to be able to just get by him. Then it just absolutely rips over there to right field again by Larry. And, you know, yesterday I sat by the fences listening to Scott Strickland, and he said, always right center field is the golden spot where you want all your hitters to hit. Right now, the Cavaliers are hitting that golden spot.
First pitch swung on by Peterson and fouled back, and now Peterson is licking his chops. The opportunity is here, and he can really blow this game open for Culpeper in the early part of it. Bases loaded. Marianac at third, Demery at second, Larry at first, and digging in is Peterson. Peterson looks for the pitch from Gassman, and a little behind it, fouls it off, and he's in an 0-2 count. Gassman trying to dial in here and work out of the frame. Gassman, an inning pitched thus far, 8 balls, 13 strikes. Trying to get his first out. The 0-2, skied, foul, chasing it is Blauser, but eventually just going to give up on it as it bounces foul over by the light pole on the third base side. Fan seeing it slip through his fingertips, but a kid was right there on cleanup duty to reel it in. Nice play off the bounce.
You've got to make a play immediately, or else some of these kids are just going to beat you out for it. And, man, what a nice crowd. Again, back-to-back nights we've had a packed house here.
0-2 with the bases juiced and no outs here in the top of the third. Gassman winds fired. It is off the nub of the bat and fouled down the third base side. Nearly stayed fair and would have likely resulted in a prime opportunity because the runner wasn't fully going, but a lucky break for the Cavs as Will Pearson will trot over some fresh baseballs for Lance Eltz to give to Gassman. We mentioned it in the top of the second, but pitchers having a little bit of control issues for the Tom Sox, using that rosin bag to its fullest amid a humid day. Gassman, the 0-2. Outside for ball one. It's a 1-2 count. The runners dancing around at their respective bags. Larry on first, Demery on second, and Marinak on third. The 1-2 with the bases loaded. Gassman seeking his first out. Kicks the leg, fires. It's chopped into right field, into the gap between Wynn and Ferrero. 1 run will score, and it's an RBI single for Ryan Peterson to make it a 4-0 game for Culpeper.
The bats are absolutely just coming alive here in the top of the third inning for the Cavaliers. I mean, you just look at it, single, hit by pitch, single, now single again. They're not trying to do too much. They're just taking the pitches that they can get. Normally, they average about 8 hits a game. Already in this inning, they're up to 3.
No big explosion, but just a lot of hits, walks, and taking the opportunity. Matriculating runs across the plate. Rosiecki swings and misses on the first offering from Gassman. And now Culpeper leading 4-0 in a crucial game. We're in the final few games of the season. Sox will see Culpeper in Culpeper one more time on the season to round out the regular season series against them. See how many times I can say season. The 0-2 count now after another swing and miss. Culpeper jockeying for that final playoff spot between them and Covington. The 0-2 from Gassman sails high for ball one. Harrisonburg tonight, they're 5.5 games back of the Tom Sox, but it's a moot point now with the Sox clinching the division. The 5.5 games, though, important because 9 games is Covington. They're in the third spot, I believe, or Culpeper's in the third spot right now. Covington back as Gassman gets a called strike 3, first out of the frame for him.
Yeah, for right now, when you look at the Culpeper versus Tom Sox season matchup, Tom Sox lead it 5-1. This is the largest margin of runs that Culpeper has. The one loss from that was a 6-5 loss on Thursday. Dylan, the biggest margin there was by 2, and they had the Tom Sox. So this is just an incredible performance and an incredible start, to say, for the Cavaliers coming into the Tom Sox house and doing this.
First pitch from Gassman. Outside for ball one to Ryan Kropel. Now here in the bottom of the order, trying to work out of a jam with the bases loaded. So here's the playoff update. If the Turks win tonight or the Cavaliers lose, they would clinch the second seed in the South Division side of the bracket. The 2-0 pitch now incoming from Gassman as his 1-0 sails outside. If the Cavaliers win and the Turks lose, there's still hope they could host that wild card game, but the Cavs in a must-win spot with the Lumberjacks hot on their heels. Chopped from Kropel, back foul. It's a race for that final spot between the Lumberjacks and the Cavs. They can separate themselves a little bit tonight. It's a 1-0 ball game for the Turks in the bottom of the first, early in that one in Stanton, with them seeking a playoff spot. They can clinch it tonight. The 2-1, skied foul from Kropel down the third base side. Tom Sox can kind of play everyone, get everyone their due rest, their due reps, and then it's best on best when we get into the postseason. But the Tom Sox will get a free day off. They won't have to play in the wild card game, and then they will host the semifinals game 1 here from Charlottesville, weather permitting, on the 25th. The 2-2 chopped foul over towards the Tom Sox dugout. So the 25th, 26th, and if necessary, the 27th are the dates of play for the Tom Sox in the semifinals. And they will either play against the Harrisonburg Turks, Culpeper Cavaliers, or Covington Lumberjacks. I guess there's still a chance. Stanton could come back into it, but would need some serious magic to happen in the coming days. The 2-2 from Gassman is on a rope into center field. Chasing it down is not only, but it's going to skip past him for extra bases. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. The runner will hold at third, but it's a 2 RBI stand-up double for Ryan Kropel.
That was just so tough. Not only has a pair of wheels out there in center field, we've seen him make a couple quality plays. That one he laid himself all the way out there for, trying to get the out and hold them to just 1 run scored, and then it's going to cost now the Tom Sox 2. So this one's just a tough one, Dylan. It's so far for the Tom Sox. It's a couple sloppy plays in the infield, and then just the pitchers just can't find a groove as the Cavaliers go to work.
Now runners on second and third and just 1 out here in the frame. Nobody moving the Sox pen. It's a 1-0 count on Brock Bollinger, the 9-hole hitter. It's Gassman's green light for quite a while. At least for now, it's also a 6-0 ball game. The 1-0 is on a line into left field. It's going to drop down for a base hit. Just sneaking by the glove of Vanderwood. The play at home, though. The throw not in time, and the run will score. And now it's a RBI single for Bollinger. Brock Bollinger, he heads over to second, and another run scores for Culpeper, and they have exploded to a 7-0 advantage. Randy Tomlin is in to check on Brett Gassman, and actually we're going to have a pitching change here. Randy Tomlin communicating, and Aiden Alexander from George Washington is going to come in for Gassman. If that's his final appearance on the season, well, we haven't seen a sign yet from Tomlin. We might have jumped the gun. Alexander just throwing, so we'll see how long Tomlin tries to milk this mound visit, see if he's going to rush Alexander into here, or if he's just going to lengthen out the mound visit to get Alexander a few more throws and eventually make the call.
I think this is one of the conversations where Tomlin's like, hey, listen, your summer's winding down, coming to an end. This might be your final appearance with the Tom Sox. Let's get one, right? Let's get one guy, just focus on him, then let's go after another, right? And if you can't, then Aiden Alexander's right behind him to back him up. So more of just a confidence booster and just saying, hey, let's go out there and get this.
Alexander will throw now. It went from short tosses to long tosses. They're expediting his warm-ups, but Gassman trying to work out of the frame and will likely be his final appearance this season for Charlottesville. 2 on, 1 out. First pitch to the top of the order in Pato, outside for ball 1. Pato facing Gassman for the first time tonight. Or second time tonight. He flew out to Gassman in the previous frame. Cut on and missed for strike 1. Induced a fly out. Did Gassman last time against Pato. Gassman in the danger zone here. He's allowed 4 runs across the plate in the top of the third. And just trying to work out of the inning. The 1-1 sails outside for ball 2. Tom Sox are held hitless thus far. We'll try to get the offense sparked in the bottom of the frame, and they will try to do so already in a huge deficit. 7-0, your score. Culpeper leading here in the top of the third. Gassman loses it. It sails high. And the count now to 3-1. In danger of loading the bases. Alexander, for those keeping stock there, has now went from long toss to just full-blown warm-up. They are expediting his warm-up, trying to get him in here soon. 3-1, called strike on the inner part of the plate. A big break there. Count now full.
For the Cavaliers right now, Pato at the plate, Howard on deck. That would be the full 9 that have gone in the inning, bearing any double play that happens here.
3-2, fouled back into the cage behind home plate. And Gassman trying to work out of the inning with 2 on and 1 out. Pato has flown out, walked, and stolen a base tonight. And already his third at-bat here in the third inning. The 3-2 from Gassman, lined just by a sliding Blauser. He was able to reel it in, though, but he double clutches it, and it's going to be an infield single, and the run is going to come home. It's now an 8-0 advantage for Culpeper. Blauser looked like he lost it for a second, almost surprised himself when he found it in the glove. Couldn't get the throw off in time, and an infield single now has Culpeper up 8-0. Tomlin's going to come out, and the plug pulled on Gassman's outing. Aiden Alexander will come in after a very, very quick warm-up. Gassman comes out, and Culpeper up to a massive 8-0 advantage here in the top of the third. We'll allow Aiden Alexander to warm up, and we will step aside. The Cavaliers' bats are red hot in the top of the third. They lead 8-0 as we step aside on Tom Sox TV. Aiden Alexander will come in and try to right the ship for the Tom Sox. They trail 8-0 as we rejoin you in the top of the third on Tom Sox TV. Alexander's first pitch. We'll have to wait a little bit longer for it as he'll throw over to first and check in on Bladen Pato, who already has a stolen base tonight. He's over there after an RBI infield single. Runners on the corners with an out. Culpeper already plating 5 in the top of the third. First pitch. Called strike 1 to John Howard. And this at-bat now marking the entire order, batting around. Runner going, and Pato cut on and missed. Throw over. Wynn loves it, applies the tag, but not in time. Safely reaching second is Pato. It's second stolen base for him tonight. And now both runners in scoring position for Culpeper. And they have exploded. The 0-2, Alexander induces a high fly ball into shallow right field. Ryan Wynn chasing it, and Ryan Wynn will glove it for the second out. A big out for Alexander to come in and retire him. And now, for those of you scoring at home, let's move into the fourth inning.
Number 5.
Not actually, we're just going to do that.
I was going to push everything
so
over
we can write
one frame.
Marionac in here. As someone who loves when things are uniform on a scorebook, it drives me crazy, but it happens.
Especially this early into the game, too. Now we got to move everything over. It's such a
It's a hassle. It's a hassle. Beggars can't be choosers. First pitch here to Marionac. Foul back for strike 1. 0-1 count on Marionac. He singled and came around to score already in this inning. It was actually Marionac who led off the frame with that single. It was the first hit of the contest. Since then, Culpeper has tallied quite a few. Second pitch, off speed, just misses the strike zone. Aiden Alexander, a all-star for the Valley League this year, has a 3.27 ERA, 11 innings pitched and 7 strikeouts. First time we've seen him in quite some time. Alexander's pitch misses. It's a 2-1 count.
Yeah, it's been since July 6th that we've seen him. That was against the Cavaliers, where he only went a third of an inning, allowing 3 runs. 2 of those were earned. He allowed 2 hits, 1 walk against 4 batters. So really not the outing he wanted.
2-1, cut on and missed, and the count even at 2 apiece. Alexander trying to retire Marionac, best hitter in the lineup for Culpeper, and try to tee up his bats after a crooked number's been posted. 2-2, misses outside, and count goes to 3-2. So it was 3 runs in the top of the second for Culpeper, 5 runs thus far in the top of the third. They lead 8-0 here in the aforementioned top of the frame. The 3-2, check swing, doesn't go. It's outside, ball 4. It's a 6-pitch walk for Marionac. He heads over to first, and Bryce Demery will come up for the second time in this inning. He was hit by a pitch and came around to score the 5th run for Culpeper.
For Aiden Alexander, this one's just absolutely difficult. You had him right exactly where you wanted him and just missed the plate. And, man, it's just tough right now for the Tom Sox.
First offering from Alexander. Sky chasing after it is Strickland, really running. See if he can get it in the corner just by the dugout, and it is going to hit a kid. We're sending our best over there as it plopped down right by the nook. By the dugout. Strickland chased after it, but it just went over the fence and it hit a pedestrian. Strickland, Alexander, and everyone chasing after. And Chesley Mullins, our president, running out. We're going to step aside here on Tom Sox TV. Rejoin you in just a moment. 0-1 count. We rejoin you here on Tom Sox TV. Aiden Alexander fires. Off-speed pitch, breaks in, and it's an 0-2 count. Alexander trying to work out of the frame here in the top of the third. Culpeper plating a few runs And for those just joining us, we stepped aside for just a moment here. A foul ball hit one of the members of the crowd as the splintered and gloved by Mumaw. Great play. He pops up, tries to get the throw off, bounces off the glove of Ferrero. 1 run scores. Another run will cross the plate. And on a wild play, Sam Mumaw gloved it, but the throw just gets away from Ferrero. And now a 10-0 ball game here. A wild number, 7 runs plated by Culpeper here in the top of the third.
I mean, already before that play, that was the most amount of runs the Tom Sox have been down by at home so far this season. And it just seems like everything is just going against the Sox right now. They locked up the division last night, and then now just the fielding's falling apart. The mound, they've struggled to get anything going. The bats have just sat in the dugout the entire time. I mean, the Cavaliers are just in full control.
Skied a ways away into left field. Vanderwood underneath it. Larry hit the fly ball, tracking down the line, and eventually falls into his glove. 7 runs cross the plate on 6 hits, an error, and 2 left on base. The Cavaliers' offense explodes, and that feels like it was putting it almost underachievingly. What an offensive performance from the Cavaliers. We head into the bottom of the third. Hang with us on Tom Sox TV.
With a couple of players for some women.
Seven runs on 6 hits, an error, and 2 men left on base. Culpeper explodes in the frame, and they lead 10-0 as we rejoin you in the bottom of the third.
Number 18,
One of the largest run outputs against the Sox this season, and now the Bats are going to try to cut into this deficit. 10-0 your score. Dylan Price, Mike Bolger guiding you through the contest on Tom Sox TV. First pitch to Cale Strickland is outside for ball 1. It'll be Strickland, Mumaw, and Gibson in the frame as they try to combat a crazy offensive output from Culpeper.
And yet again, poor Calderhider, he had to sit on the bench for 20 minutes again. So he's just been absolutely wheeling and dealing for the Cavaliers so far, but he's been sitting cold, so he's going to have to find a way to warm it right back up and get back in the groove.
2-0 count now on Strickland. Cal Trotter winds, fire inside for a ball 3. 3-0 count here as the Tom Sox will try to avoid being 10-run ruled for the first time this season. Won't come to effect until later in the game. Cal Trotter, the 3-0. Right down the middle for strike 1.
And for the Tom Sox right now, it's doom and gloom right now. Clouds are over Tom Sox field. You're down by 10. This is what you find out what you're made of right here. You can get something going and try to avoid this run rule.
3-1, misses. Strickland will head over to first. He works the walk. And now Strickland will have a runner on here. It's going to take a lot. We won't even do the math for you for what they would have to do in this frame to tie it up. If it gets into the question, we will bring it up then. But a wicked 7 runs across the board for Culpeper in the top of the frame. And the offense playing from behind, trying to avoid a division championship regular season division championship winning hangover loss. And pitch to Mumaw, paints the outside corner, strike one. So you mentioned Caltrider. It's 37 combined minutes he's had to wait in between those frames. But I don't think he's complaining. I'll be honest with you. It's a 10-0 lead. It's light as green, really, at this point, and Culpeper got to be ecstatic because they might not have to use a lot of arms if the way things hold the way they have. Strickland was thrown over to. It's an 0-1 count on Mumaw. Remains at that. Caltrider checks in on the catcher and Strickland. Now he'll kick the leg and fire to Mumaw. And he called strike two. Strickland, his on-base percentage on the season is .480. That's his 26th walk. Strickland, for a catcher, also batting .278. We don't discriminate here, but catchers typically known because of all they have to do to have a little bit lower average. Not Cale Strickland. He has had quite the season in VBL play. Mumaw fouled into the cage behind home plate. Ethan Gibson, who's in the on-deck circle, will come out, get the ball.
One for Cale Strickland and Sam Mumaw. This is the first time they're coming up to the plate when some Cavaliers have already come up to the plate 3 times now. So, again, it's just this Tom Sox offense, the best in the VBL, has been put on the sideline so far tonight.
0-2. Strickland dancing at first. Another throw over to Bollinger. Checking in on him here, and he is safe, but Strickland lands awkwardly, and now here comes assistant coach Scott Strickland, and Cale, that is, grimacing. Randy Tomlin will run over to check on him here, and really not a word for it, but quite literally everything going wrong for the Tom Sox. We're going to step aside yet again here on Tom Sox TV. Robbie Levy is on to pinch run for Cale Strickland. He's helped off the field by third base coach Randy Tomlin. Hey, want to shout out all of our staff as a whole, our incredible board, but most importantly, our general manager Chesley Mullins, our athletic trainers Jeff Boyer, Melanie Collier, and Claire White. They have had to be thrust into a pretty tough situation in this past inning with injuries on and off the diamond, but they have come through in a big way for the Tom Sox. We'll get you back into game action here. 0-2 count on Sam Mumaw. Levy is over at first after Cale Strickland pulled from the game. 0-2. Caltrider winds, fires, called strike three, rung Sam Mumaw up on strikes. First out of the bottom of the third, and Ethan Gibson will dig in here to try to turn the tides as Tom Sox trail 10-0 and really just trying to battle back into this one and get some momentum.
9 batters now for the Tom Sox. It's 4 strikeouts, 1 looking, and 2 walks. So this offense that has just been the heart and soul of the team, a big reason why they're division champs, has been quiet all night.
Gibson down to right field for a base hit. And on one pitch, Gibson lines a 1-out single, and now there'll be runners on first and second for Ryan Wynn. The no-hitter broken up, and the Tom Sox put a 1 in the hit column.
Well, just as I said it, Dylan, Ethan Gibson proves us wrong here, and if you're the Tom Sox, you just needed something. You needed one of your leaders to get on base. Ethan Gibson has been that leader, was out of the lineup there for a little bit, has returned, and ever since gotten right back in the groove.
10-0 the score with an out and 2 on. Ryan Wynn digs in. Caltrider checks in on Levy. First situation we're going to see Caltrider try to navigate out of in the contest. Otherwise, it's been scot-free. A 1-0 count now on Wynn. It sails high, and Ryan Peterson is going to come out and talk to Caltrider. He's got the cushion of all cushions right now, a 10-0 advantage I mean, the light is as green as it gets for Cal Trotter to go deep into this game, but still want to make sure that his command steadies in that 10-0 lead. I mean, it's baseball. It can go and go quickly.
And right now he's only at 36 pitches, so he is well under his limit and can probably continue to go as long as he can find himself out of this situation. This is the first inning. Again, as you said, Dylan, he's being tested. Let's see how he responds.
The 1-0 to win. Cal Trotter rocks, fires down the middle, but I guess low. Called strike 2. It's been a bit of a strike zone tonight for Lance Heltz. It's been big, it's been small.
Up, down, left, right, middle.
All of it. 2-0, 2 on, 1 out here in the bottom of the third. Cal Trotter winds, fires, check swing, outside, and the count goes to 3-0. So it's the age-old question. If you're third base coach Randy Tomlin, you giving the green light to Ryan Wynn?
Every batter matters right now, so I say no. You need to load the bases right now for the core of the lineup to get going.
I tend to agree with you here. And get that speed on the base pass that Wynn can provide. The 3-0. Get me over fastball connects for Cal Trotter, and the count goes to 3-1. Robbie Levy stands on second, pinch running for Cale Strickland. Strickland pulled from the game after diving into first and came up and had to be helped off. Get you updates on him as they come. But for now, Levy will come in and likely do the catching duties he was expected to as Wynn tips it, count goes full. Levy was supposed to come in regardless, just coming in a little bit sooner. He stands at second. Ethan Gibson, who has the first hit of the night for the Tom Sox, stands at first. And Ryan Wynn digs in. Full count, 2 on, 1 out. Sox trail 10-0 here in the bottom of the third, trying to break through with their first offense of the night. Cal Trotter out of the stretch. Waist high. Takes a deep breath. Winds, fires, payoff pitch, Wynn into right field by an outstretched Bollinger. He will stand in safely at first. Runner and Levy will hold at third, and the bases are juiced. It's back-to-back singles for the Tom Sox.
Well, just what we said at the start of the inning, you're down by 10. This is what you're made of. This is where you find out everything that your offense can do, and it's responding accordingly. Got to walk, now got 2 singles. You got to keep this thing rolling with Caden Ferraro up. He's already got 13 hits on the season. Batting above 300, then Colby Wallace above 300. He is top 5 in hitting in the entire VBL right now. So got 2 extremely hot bats coming to the plate. See how the Tom Sox can respond here.
7th straight game with a hit for Ryan Wynn. His hit streak continues. It's now 17 of his last 19. He has a hit in as well. Ferrero digs in. It's fouled back. 0-1 count. Colby Wallace in the on-deck circle will come in, and it is a prime situation for the Tom Sox offensively. Bases are loaded and just an out, and their heart of the lineup is coming up. Caden Ferrero in now, Colby Wallace in the on-deck circle, and for the first time tonight, Cal Trotter in serious danger. It's going to skip away on the pitch to Ferrero. Levy isn't even going to have to slide. He will trot in. And the Tom Sox have plated their first run of the contest. All the runners move forward. Wynn to second. Gibson to third. And just like that, it's a 10-1 ball game. Pitching coach for Culpeper is going to come out. He's going to talk to Cal Trotter here. And Ferrero, after the ball just skips away in the dirt, will now just take his time to dial back in.
I don't know what the Tom Sox coaching staff told them in that dugout, but whatever it is starting to work here from a Charlottesville high school. And, I mean, just, again, upcoming, you've got Colby Wallace, who the ECU duo between him and Nick Parham has been nothing except for elite as of late, especially with Parham in the field making some stellar plays. So you've got what you want. You've got the cards out there ready to play for yourself. It's time to turn them over, Dylan, and get a couple more runs here.
Cal Trotter remains in. No movement at all in the Culpeper pen. In fact, there's nobody even in the Culpeper pen right now.
Nope, not at all.
In's a loose term. It's an outside pen. But regardless, Ferrero digs in, 2 on, 1 out, and now the Sox have plated their first run of the contest. It's a 10-1 ball game. Ferrero with runners on second and third, and he's got speed. It's Wynn and Gibson, maybe the fastest on the team. 1-1 into left field. Is it going to drop down? It will, and it's fair. It skips into the nook in left field. Gibson scores with a smile on his face. Ryan Wynn follows shortly thereafter. It's all smiles as the Tom Sox offense is starting to break through. It's a 10-3 ball game.
Now at bat number
Perfectly hit
24,
ball from
Colby
Ferraro. I don't think you could have gotten it
Wallace.
any better down that third base line. There's about a needle between that and where the ball landed. So perfectly done. You clear the bases now. Ferraro stands on second. You get 3 in the inning. And honestly, anything else at this point just kind of helps towards that goal of getting 7 more runs. But now you're back in this game.
Colby Wallace digs in. First pitch called strike on the outer part of the plate. Ferrero driving home 2. He's now in double digits on the season. That's 10 runs driven home for him. And the Blinn Buccaneer offensively has been a welcome sight for the Tom Sox, batting over .330 now on the season. The 0-1 to Wallace. Check swing. And did he go? It will say he did not. It's a 1-1 count. So Ferrero stands on second and still 1 out here for the Tom Sox. They break through. They get their first 3 runs of the night. Took them a little bit for the first run. 3 frames, give or take a few, 2 1/3. But now the run's starting to come and come fast. It is a 10-3 ball game. Cal Trider rocks, fires. Wallace fouled down the first base side. It's foul. It's sky
That foul ball
high.
is brought to you by Cho Airport. Whenever
And
you're
Colby
flying,
Wallace, he's
check
got some
Cho
pop
first
in
at
the bat
gocho.com.
himself. He had his first homer of the season against Culpeper on Thursday. Tonight, he flew out to right field in 1 at-bat thus far. 1-2 count on him here with Ferrero standing at second. Wallace, bat at the shoulder. Cal Trider inherits a 10-0 lead. It's just kind of kept building for him. But now 3 runs crossing the plate for the Tom Sox. 2-2 count now on Wallace as that ball was low. On deck circle, Isaac Vanderwood. Vanderwood struck out swinging against Cal Trider earlier. But still just logging his first few at-bats. Hasn't even hit the 10 mark yet in a Tom Sox uniform, the UVA commit. But for now, Colby Wallace digs in. 2-2, 1 out. Cal Trider checks in on Ferrero at second. 10-3 ball game. He winds, fires, and just getting a tip of it to stay alive is Wallace. And cue it up. DJ Benner-Kosh plays staying alive. Cal Trider has a 2-2 count on the potent Colby Wallace. That's 2 ribbies for Ferrero. He's also reached base now in 2 at-bats with that double. He stands on second. 2-2, and out we go again. Cal Trider fires. Wallace chopped over to third, gloving it off the hop and playing it cleanly. The runner's going to go, and Ferrero the throw down, and he got him. He got him. Just when things seemed like they turned for the Tom Sox, they get doubled up to end the frame. But they break through. They put 3 on the board. It's a 10-3 ball game as we head into the 4th frame. Hang with us on Tom Sox TV. Aiden Alexander continues
Now
on
batting
in
for the Cavaliers,
relief. He'll
number
face
48, Ryan
Ryan
Peterson.
Peterson, and doing the catching duties now. Robbie Levy comes in for Cale Strickland. Over at first, it's Caden Ferrero. He drove home 2 on a double, and it skied over towards Ferrero, but eventually going to go a ways away from Ferrero. And out. Ferrero, the double, helps plate 2 more after an RBI single.
Drive, Charlottesville 296.
Or excuse me, it was a wild pitch actually. Going back a little bit for you here. Plated Robbie Levy, and 3 runs across the plate. It's a 10-3 ball game as we rejoin you in the top of the 4th. Alexander Wines fires, cut on and missed by Peterson. Count now 0-2. Alexander coming in relief of Brett Gassman and Landon Abrahamson, and trying to steady the ship as the Tom Sox try to cut into the 10-3 deficit over some time, but a good start. Called ball high and inside on Peterson.
Yeah, it just seems like ever since Cale Strickland went down, left the field, this team has gotten some momentum behind them, and they're saying, hey, we're working for our guy.
1-2. It's fouled off the top of the bat. And Peterson will work in a 1-2 count once again. Alexander has pitched 2/3 of a frame thus far in relief of Gassman. Wines fires the 1-2. Outside part of the plate. Won't connect. Was looking for it. 2-2 count. No outs. Peterson, the catcher, digs in. Already tonight has sparked some offense. Now the 2-2 sails high inside. Peterson has singled and walked and come around to score both times tonight for Culpeper. They put 7 on the board in the previous frame. They were held scoreless in the top of the first. Sox trying to get back into more of that and less of the second and third. Skied from Peterson, shallow center field. Now it actually over by left field and over there to reel it in. Sam Mumaw. Mumaw gloves it, clutches it, and that's the first out.
Him and Vanderwood kind of have an exchange over there between left and shortstop. He was just like, no, I got it. And Vanderwood's like, no, normally I can come in and take it, but Mumaw stuck on in, and Vanderwood kind of just laughed it off. So, a little funny exchange there in shallow left field.
Alexander Wines fires, swing and a miss. Strike 1. Rosiecki digging in here. He struck out and walked, or reached on an error, excuse me. Every batter but one has reached base for Culpeper tonight. We're in the 4th, so time to change it for John Howard. We'll see him in a little bit as we head to the 7th spot in the order. The 0-1 from Alexander is on a line into left field, but Vanderwood will take a step or 2 back and retrieve it for out number 2. It is 2 quick outs over into left field, and the Tom Sox getting some much-needed quick outs and not allowing anyone on base. Those are good things. Trying to get back to more of the first and less of the second and the third for the Sox.
The first 1-2-3 inning here for the Tom Sox would go a long way, to say the least. And then if their offense continue to carry what they did in the 3rd over, man, they're coming back.
On a rope, Ferrero gloves it on the backhand. Nifty play, tossed to Alexander, and that's a 1-2-3 inning. Sox going to try to tee up the bats as we head to the bottom of the 4th. It's a 10-3 ball game. Keep it with us here on this Saturday evening on Tom Sox TV. We rejoin you on Tom Sox TV. Mike Bolger, Dylan Price, guiding you through your Saturday evening. If you couldn't make it out to the park, so glad that you are spending your evening with us here on Tom Sox TV. It's Women in Sports Night and Host Family Appreciation Night here at the ballpark. Another packed crowd after Bark in the Park last night. Everybody coming to take in the VBL South winning Charlottesville Tom Sox. Swinging a miss on the first pitch to Vanderwood. It's an 0-1 count.
Said in the beginning of the year, they're the talk of the town, Dylan. I mean, only baseball team in town, and they've been killing it.
Ball sails high. It's a 1-1 count.
There's no Virginia team here at all. No.
1-1 count. No outs. Vanderwood, hey, he's going to be playing for that Virginia team next year. A UVA commit in just his 7th at-bat as a Tom Sox. The 1-1 to him. Check swing. Didn't go. Count goes to 2-1. Vanderwood struck out swinging his first time up, but as it was mentioned by Mike earlier, had a homer in his first at-bat. It's hard to top that after, but it is a good way to get the first homer out of the way and do it quite early. 2-1, Caltrider in the start continuing on. Wines fires and tried to hold back, did Vanderwood, but he already went around. It's a 2-2 count.
I think Peterson tried to throw that back, but he let it go a little too early because Vanderwood's bat kind of came back and swung. I don't know if it hit him at all, but it was an odd exchange.
2-2. No outs. Vanderwood setting in against Caltrider, who winds, fires, cut on and missed. Strike 3 for the second time tonight. Caltrider retires Vanderwood on strikes and gets the first out here in the bottom of the 4th. Cooper Blauser digs in. Blauser playing in his 14th game tonight with the Tom Sox. Joined the team a few weeks ago and has settled in quite nicely at third for the Sox. He's played some outfield as well for Randy Tomlin.
And for Caltrider, that's going to be his 5th strikeout of the night. That's the 3rd time he's led off the inning with a strikeout.
Called strike 1 as it dips in and over the heart of the plate. Blauser worked with an 0-1 count. Randy Tomlin at third and over at first. It's no longer Will Pearson. We'll get you who it is in just a beat here. Cut on and missed by Blauser. Strike 2. I believe it's Nathan Fink over.
That's what it looks like.
Down on the first base side, doing the coaching, at least for this inning. It's been a revolving first base coach. The 0-2, off-speed pitch, got him looking. Back-to-back strikeouts for Caltrider.
That's going to be number 6 in the books for Caltrider. That's going to be the 2nd time he's gotten back-to-back strikeouts as well. He did it in the 1st. He does it again in the 4th. Trying to silence his comeback here, Dylan.
10-3 ball game here in the bottom of the 4th. James Nunnally, another fresh face with the Tom Sox. Another UVA commit. Someone for you Cavalier and Tom Sox fans to look forward to seeing in the future. Cut on and missed on the first one. Big swing from Nunnally. Nunnally, a highly acclaimed high school prospect, was drafted by the Milwaukee Brewers last week in the 14th round of the Major League Baseball draft. Nunnally digs in. 0-1 count. 2 outs. Sails high on him for ball 1 tonight. Nunnally in left field, but will be manning shortstop later in the game when a couple position switches take place for the Sox. 1-1, 2 outs. Nunnally looks for the pitch from Caltrider, who, as Mike mentioned, 6 strikeouts tonight. He winds, fires, gets the inside part of the plate. Nunnally didn't love it. Wanted none of that. 1-2, 2 outs.
Still crazy to me. High schoolers getting drafted to the MLB. It just
incredibly impressive.
Incredibly impressive. It still just doesn't click in my head how that happens.
1-2, 2 outs. The pitch to Nunnally high for ball 1. And it's interesting for Nunnally. He didn't even play his first college game and even his first college summer league game before being drafted. All he did was high school. Incredibly impressive. It was the 425th pick in the draft, thanks to our own Ben Rakash. The 2-2 with 2 outs. Nunnally fouled behind home plate on the left side. A couple fans racing over to try and retrieve it. And now 2-2 count, 2 outs. We'll go again as Caltrider tries to retire the side with strikeouts And not only trying to keep this offensive momentum going, Sox trail 10-3, but getting all 3 of those in the bottom of the previous frame. Nunnally watches it inside and low for ball 3. In the on-deck circle, Robbie Levy, who's coming in for Cale Strickland. He walked and came around to score the first run of the night. It would be the first at-bat for Levy. Strickland walked, but Levy did the running. 3-2, 2 outs. Payoff pitch. Nunnally chopped over to first. Playing it off the hop was Bollinger. Nunnally trying to run it out. Did he get there in time? Bollinger flipped it. Cal tried to retrieve it. First base umpire Vance Coleman will call him out. It's a 1-2-3 inning on both sides of things. For the first time in this game that's seen 13 runs scored in 4 innings. Both sides go scoreless for the first time since the first. It's been a wild one here on Tom Sox TV. Mike Bolger knows the math's not mathin', but hey, we're math guys. Not really. We're here to provide you context on the game. We'll keep doing it for you. Stick and stay with us here on Tom Sox TV. Live and in living color from Willie T. Barnett Field, we rejoin you on Tom Sox TV. Dylan Price, Mike Bolger guiding you through this Saturday night contest. Aiden Alexander continues on in relief. First pitch outside, ball 1. Pitching here to Brock Bollinger, bottom of the order. Bollinger contributing with a 3-1 on the final out here, and he now skies this high. Sam Moomaw, it's not going to get out of the infield, is under it, and Sam Moomaw corrals it for out number 1. Aiden Alexander coming in, getting a 1-2-3 inning last time, and thus far has now pitched 2 full frames and done a pretty stand-up job trying to right the ship for the Tom Sox. Came into the night with a 3.27 ERA. The George Washington pitcher is an all-star this season. It's already been quite the summer for him, but trying to help out the bullpen and get some much-needed innings here. Pitch doesn't land on the outside part of the plate. Back to the top of the order. He's up against Blake and Padow for the first time tonight. Padow faced Brett Gassman twice and Landon Abrahamson once. Alexander rocks, fires, skied, foul, tracking towards the dugout. It's going to go out of play and into the bleachers. Takes a couple bounces and drops in, and kid's racing. Now we got a kid racing all the way from the third base side to the first base side. I think he got a late jump. I don't think he's going to get it.
Yep.
But his parents are going to be happy later because he is going to sleep like a rock, burning off the steam here at Willie T. Barnett Field. So here's a thing. I mean, parents, if you want your kids to be exhausted, these kids run after every foul ball at every part of the field. So we kind of provide a workout service to some extent, and for you, an earlier night's rest. 1-1, 1 out. Skied. This time going to stay in play. It's tracking fair for now. Ferrero underneath it, and Ferrero reels it in for the second out.
And with that out, Aiden Alexander has gone 2 1/3. That is his longest outing of this season. Previous one was on June 21st against the Turks, where he went 2 innings. So Alexander's, I guess, endurance, you can say, is being tested here, and it's a much-needed test with the Tom Sox already down 2 arms in this game alone.
Alexander winds, fires outside and low for ball 1. So for the first time since the first, we went scoreless in the 4th. Alexander trying to keep the good times rolling on the defensive side of things. On the offensive side of things, well, Tom Sox hoping to not put another donut on the scoreboard and put more of that number that they had in the bottom of the third when they put 3 up.
And it's going to be tough to finish out this inning because John Howard has 6 home runs this season. So you think you got 2 outs and maybe got the final of the inning, and then one swing can do it here for Aiden Alexander. So he's got to be careful.
2-0, 2 outs after the pitch skips away into the cage. Chopped over to Wynn. Wynn underneath it. Wynn bobbles it. Wynn trying to make a play on it on a double clutch. She gets there. No harm, no foul. 1-2-3 inning. We head to the bottom of the 5th here on Tom Sox TV.
Cavaliers.
Robbie Levy from George Washington digs in as hot and cold from Katy Perry blares through Willie T. Barnett Baseball Field onto this beautiful Saturday night. So glad that you can hang with us on Tom Sox TV. Dylan Price, Mike Bolger, guiding you through the contest as Robbie Levy digs in. First pitch to him called ball, or strike one, excuse me. It was high. Levy held off, but Levy's pretty tall. It was in his strike zone. It's an 0-1 count.
Levy first plate appearance coming in for Cale Strickland behind home plate. So this is one of the best bats in the lineup. Let's see what he can do.
Called strike 2. Levy quickly behind in an 0-2 count. Levy on the campaign has a .320 average he carried in tonight with 5 home runs and 22 RBIs. Levy leads the team in runs driven home. He's been a mainstay since the start of the season, and this is laced on the third base side and foul. Get the exit velo on that one. That one was a laser. Levy now going to dial back in, and he will face Caltrider once again in an 0-2 count. Caltrider continuing what has been a stellar outing.
Yeah, so far this season, he's gone 6 1/3. That's his longest outing. His second longest is 4 1/3. So with that out here, he can tie it, and then with his pace, advance it.
0-2, Levy chases, and Caltrider, his 7th strikeout of the night, continues his start, and it has been a good one.
Well, in every inning that he has led with a strikeout, he has not allowed any runs or any hits to come across the plate. So you can technically, I guess forecast what he's going to do this inning, but you never know with Sam Mumau coming up. He was able to, start off at what was the run in the third.
Mumau watches it inside for ball 1. In the on-deck circle, it's Ethan Gibson. He's singled and came around to score one of those 3 runs for the Sox tonight. Struck out in his other appearance against Caltrider, it's his show. Nobody warming in the Culpeper pen. Mumau cut on and missed. And now Mumau, Jacksonville commit in a 1-1 count with an out. Florida native, comes from a baseball family. His father played in the pros and now a scout in the MLB. 2-1 count now on Mumaw as that sailed inside. 2-1 and out. Mumaw digs in. Nobody on here in the bottom of the fifth. Sox trail by 7. Mumaw slapped into center field. It's going to drop down for a base hit. It's a 1-out single for Sam Mumaw. And he stands at first, and Ethan Gibson will step into the dish.
This is exactly what the Tom Sox need in the third. They got the rally going with 1 out and a runner over there on first base. It happened with the top of the lineup with Gibson, Wynn, and Ferraro. So they've got it due up again. Grabbing a couple runs here too, Dylan, is just so important. If you can just pull within the 4 or 5 and grab some hope as you head into the second half of this game would be huge.
First pitch, Gibson paints the outside corner for strike number 1. 0-1, 1 out, now 1 on with Sam Mumaw singling and heading over to first. Mumaw had a nice day yesterday, helping drive home a few runs in the first game of the night with some defensive nice plays overall in the doubleheader. Gibson slapped over to short. It's bobbled. Mumaw's going to get in safely. Gibson tries to run it out. Nearly there in time, but on the double clutch, Marionak still able to get the throw off. So Gibson's out, but the runner advances to second. You win some, you lose some. Wynn's now in scoring position for the Tom Sox, or Wynn up with Mumaw in scoring position for the Tom Sox. Wynn trying to drive another one home.
Yeah, he's already got that 7-game hit streak extended. So right now he's just looking to continue to help his team climb back into the game. Normally a good batter to advance a runner with 2 outs here. You can't sacrifice that bat, though.
First pitch to Wynn, ball 1. Mumaw dances at second. He's a thorn in the side of pitchers on the base pass. Loves to hop around, grab their attention. Wynn, the 1-0 to him incoming from Caltrider. Wines, fires, Wynn down the first base side. That's a fair ball. It's going to drop into the Tom Sox bullpen. Mumaw gets the sign. He's going to score, and Wynn is in with an RBI double.
Ryan Wynn delivering exactly what the doctor ordered for the Tom Sox, grabbing that 1 run that, again, just continues to add a level of hope to this team that they can climb back into the game. It looks like we're going to get a pinch runner here. It's going to be Dean Mijos coming in for Ryan Wynn. So, I mean, they're both at the same level of speed, though, and I actually, for the Tom Sox weekly segment, I've made the pitch, can I get a 40-yard dash between Wynn, Mijos, Gibson, who else? Colby Wallace. He actually's got a pair of wheels, so it'd be interesting to see.
So I was talking to Colby Wallace today about they do speed testing at East Carolina, and they rank it by color. So there's green, gold, red, and yellow. He's telling me he's not usually one of the faster guys, usually in the bottom colors, but for the Tom Sox, he has been that. Ferrero's liner over to the gap between first and second. Well, they both touch the ball, but neither can glove it. Ferrero runs it out. He heads to first, and now runners on the corners for the aforementioned Colby Wallace. So he says he's not one of the fastest guys. He's more of a guy with some power, some pop. We've seen it. But I want to disagree. I mean, he has motored around the bases this season, both ECU Pirates, scoring from second to home, first to third a few times, or first to home a couple times. They can race around the bases.
And one of the, probably the word I would use for Colby Wallace is efficiency. I mean, he's been one of the most efficient batters in the Tom Sox lineup when he came to the team and he's stuck in his role. Again, right around this 4 or 5 spot in the lineup seems to be his spot to work.
Runners on the corners. First offering to Wallace. Smacked foul down the first base side. So after Wynn's double, Mijos comes in. He was scheduled to come in. He comes in as a pinch runner here. He stands on third. Ferrero stands at first. And runners on the corners for Wallace. Sox already plate 1 in this bottom of the frame, trying to dip into that 10-4 now deficit. The 0-1 to Wallace. Cut on and missed. He chased after a little bit on the outside part of the plate. Caltrider trying to work out of this inning. Still no movement in Culpeper's pen, so he's going to continue on in the outing, presumably. But Colby Wallace trying to change that up a little bit here and shake things up on the scoreboard and get the Tom Sox even further back into it. Caltrider sets. The 0-2 offering to Wallace. Just misses. Ball 1. It's a 1-2 count. 2 outs, 2 on.
Peterson tried to frame it the best he could by getting it. It just seemed like it was a little low, so he tried to quickly flick his glove up and just missed it. He's probably upset that he didn't get that call, but great eyes by the home plate umpire.
1-2, 2 outs. Pitch to Wallace outside for ball 2. So Wallace has battled back from an 0-2 count to even it up at 2 apiece. In the on-deck circle, it's Isaac Vanderwood. Struck out twice tonight, but we know he has some pop in his bat. Ducks on the pond for Kobe Wallace. 2-2, 2 outs. Sox trail by 6 here in the bottom of the 5th. They've already plated 1. Cal Trider rocks, fires. Wallace chopped into the gap and threw into left field for a base hit. It's an RBI single for Kobe Wallace. He brings home Dean Mijos, and just like that, the deficit has been cut in half. It's a 10-5 ball game.
And when we talked about it in the beginning of the inning, you just needed 2 or 3 runs here to pull within the lead to strike against the Cavaliers, and that is exactly the hit that they needed. You have one of your core hitters up at the plate, and he delivers for you yet again. Now let's see what a new addition can do to spark possibly a huge 2-out run here in the 5th.
Vanderwood digs in. Biggest at-bat for him in his Sox career. It's still early. It's bottom of the 5th, but a prime scoring opportunity with 2 outs for the Sox. Ferrero on second, Wallace on first. Vanderwood smacked foul behind home plate, and Vanderwood trying to tee up Cooper Blauser. He's in the on-deck circle. And this is a huge moment for the Sox. They've put 2 on the board in the bottom of the frame and cut the deficit in half. It's a 10-5 ball game. It's a whole new ball game for the Tom Sox. Vanderwood digs in. 2 on, 0-1 count with 2 down. Vanderwood watches it go by outside for ball 1. Count even at 1 apiece. And this is a big moment for Charlottesville. At home, you've got the crowd behind you. Seemed like they were down momentum-wise and 10-0 on the scoreboard-wise, but a 5-0 run here has swung things back their way, and the crowd has persisted. Kudos to them. Vanderwood, pitch to him inside. And now Vanderwood ahead in this count. 2-1, 2 outs, 2 on. Vanderwood, the UVA commit. He's going to call Charlottesville home for some time, but until he does it with UVA, he's doing it with the Sox. 2-1, 2 outs, 2 on. Vanderwood, check swing, doesn't go, and it's low. Ball 3, 3-1 count. Vanderwood trying to walk on over to first and load the bases for Cooper Blauser. 3-1 count. Cal Trotter looks for the sign from Peterson. Glove high, sets, finds his footing, kicks the leg, fires, cut on, and missed. Count goes full. 3-2, 2 outs, 2 on, and the Sox trying to stay alive and keep this 2-out offense going.
There's a turning point in this game. It's right here. I mean, you've got your best pitcher on the mound, can shut down the comeback. If you're Tom Sox, you got to keep this inning alive.
3-2, Vanderwood, smack foul down the third base side, way high. Fans racing after it. Like I said, folks, get your kids out here. They are going to burn some energy.
Airport. Whenever you're flying, check Joe first at GoCho.com.
I mean, even Culpeper does this too at their home games. We even saw some tackling happen a couple of times. So
these kids want the ball. They get prizes if they get them.
They do.
Icy pops, opportunities for signed balls, whatever is on the line. These kids want it, and they want the souvenir. Sometimes, too. 3-2, 2 outs, 2 on. Vanderwood cranked, foul, third base side, chasing after it, but now just going to let it go into the possession of a fan. He doesn't even have to battle too much to get it. Just walks right over, picks it up, and nobody saw it. Kind of just deceptively just said, hey, if it's here, I'm going to take it. And
here's the first one there and the first one to get it. And how about over there on third base line, Dylan? There's a car with its lights turned on for them to play wiffle ball over there. Yeah, they got a setup.
3-2, 2 down, 2 on. 10-5 ball game. Vanderwood facing Cal Trider. He digs in. The UVA commit readies for the offering from Cal Trider, the Lynchburg College pitcher. He kicks the leg, fires high. Runners advance because, well, Vanderwood is heading on. Bases are now juiced for Blauser. And this is a huge, huge opportunity for the Jacksonville State infielder. Mound visit coming here, but nobody warming in the pen for Culpeper. So this is probably just to settle Cal Trotter in and to face a big-time bat in Blauser. He's got some significant pop, and he's facing Cal Trotter with the bases loaded.
Absolutely, and I mean, right now, looks like we actually will just literally right now get a pitcher going out to the bullpen for the Cavaliers. And for Kyle Ryder, he gets his second longest outing of this season with 4 2/3 officially in the books. For him, he's been battle tested before. The Sox have gotten him in a couple sticky situations. He's been able to get out of it a couple of times, but there's no bigger time than right now for either team. This is where the game can sway either way.
Have to give a kudos to Blauser for one of the most hyped walk-up songs. It gets the people going. Bases loaded. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Tom Sox trail 10-5, but they've got a prime opportunity right for the taking. Blauser digs in, first pitch to him, paints the inside corner of the strike zone for a called strike 1. On first, it's Vanderwood. On second, Kobe Wallace. On third, it's Caden Ferrero. And at the plate, Cooper Blauser trying to bring them all home and make this a real close ball game. 5-run deficit for the Sox right now, but it can change in an instant. The 0-1 from Cal Trotter just misses. Count will go even to 1 apiece.
And now number 7, Nathan Lininger, will be warming up for the Cavaliers in that left field bullpen. Right-handed pitcher, listed at 6'5", 220 from Toledo.
Blauser, the 1-1. Incoming. Cal Trotter kicks the leg, fires, low, ball 2. And now Cal Trotter's been in this one for quite some time. He has now up to 94 pitches. Has put quite the workload out there and trying to fight out of a jam. And then what's been a really solid start, the 2-1 fouled back. It's 2-2 as James Nunnally comes out, shags the foul ball, and now it's protect mode for Blauser. Stay alive and keep the offense going. Vanderwood was in a hole before, battled back. He stands on first. Bases loaded. Big moment for Blauser. The Jacksonville State infielder joined the team a few weeks ago, but this would be one of the biggest moments. 2-2, 2 outs, smacked foul with some oomph behind it too, tracking towards the train tracks.
This is exactly where we get the staying alive. I mean, he's just protecting the play at all times he can. And for Cooper Blauser, he's trying to extend a 4-game hitting streak to 5, getting his first hit of the day. Would be the most important one so far.
2-2, 2 outs. Cal Trotter trying to work out of a jam. Bases loaded for Blauser. Sets glove high. Kicks the leg, fires into Peterson, outside, ball 3, full count. He holds off, and this is one of those moments you dream of as a youngster. Bases loaded, 3-2 count, 2 outs, and you can make some magic happen in an instant. Ferrero on third, Wallace on second. At first, Vanderwood. Cal Trotter continues on in the start. He winds, fires, payoff pitch. Blauser smacks foul, and we'll do it all again.
8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming. This is pretty big right now for Colt Ryder as pitchers warming up in the Cavaliers bullpen for them. I mean, your pitch count is starting to dwindle here. He's at, I believe, 98. So possibly by the end of the inning, he could hit 100.
The big hundo. We don't see it too often in Valley League play. Cal Trotter trying to keep that from happening and retire Blauser here. We'll do it all again. Payoff pitch with the bases loaded and the Sox trailing by 5 here in the bottom of the 5th. Blauser smacks in foul territory. Chasing after it is Bollinger. He's watching it, and he'll watch it fall. Foul out of play. So we will see the 9th pitch of the at-bat incoming.
And the 100th pitch of the day for Colt Ryder. As you said, Dylan, I don't think I've ever seen that so far in summer ball.
The big hundo for the Lynchburg pitcher incoming. And he's hoping the buck stops there, and he can work out of a jam. We'll do it all again. Payoff pitch, bases loaded. You get the gist by now. 3-2, 2 outs, bases juiced. Caltrider kicks the leg, fires, Blauser, smack foul, and yeah, we'll do it again.
Calrider can't believe it. He literally did a 360 and just looked at the sky like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, he thought he had him there. Blauser, what an at-bat. Either way this goes down, yes, this is the most important at-bat so far of the game. Either way this goes down, though, a 10-pitch at-bat is just incredible.
Working the stamina of Caltrider. Payoff pitch. Bases juice. We do it one more time. Blauser smack foul, and we'll do it another time. I jinxed it. That's on me, folks. As Blauser continues to work this pitch count. He wants his pitch, and he's going to put Caltrider through the ringer to get there.
Number 11, and we're going to go to 102. Just watching the pitch count.
Certainly the end of Caltrider's outing. After this inning, you'd assume, but still no movement. There's someone out there, but he hasn't thrown yet. Leninger for the Cavaliers. Caltrider continues on in the start. Payoff pitch again. Blauser socked into deep left field. Going back on the track, Larry, and it's gone! Cooper Blauser! A Blauser bomb! It's the second grand slam for the Tom Sox on the season. And Cooper Blauser brings them all home after a grueling at-bat. The Tom Sox have driven home 6 in the frame. It is a 10-9 ball game. Here come the Sox.
I don't think there has been a bigger at-bat in the past week than that one right there. You're coming off of the division championship tying, or excuse me, division title clinching game, and your team's in a bit of a slump to start it off. You're down 10-0. Crowd finally gets behind you. You get some momentum, and oh my goodness, what a shot to left field.
Wow. Simply put, wow. A grand slam, the second one of the season. This time for Cooper Blauser. It's his second long ball of the season. Ethan Gibson had the other grand slam for the Tom Sox. It is a whole new ball game as Nunnally digs in. It's a 1-1 count. Caltrider continues on. He's well over 100 pitches now. Wow. A huge at-bat, and it ends with a grand slam for Cooper Blauser. James Nunnally, the UVA commit, the 1-1 to him from Caltrider, swing and a miss, and now in a 1-2 hole. Blauser celebrated as soon as he got home and mobbed when he got to the dugout. The Jacksonville State third baseman with his iconic Charlottesville moment, and really his moment of the summer. 1-2, 2 outs. Caltrider fires, not only sliced foul down the third base side, kind of like my golf swing. It just kept going and going into the woods.
Into the woods, or finds the random pond on the course, and with that grand slam, too, this is the most amount of runs in total scored at Charlottesville High School this season.
19 across the board from both sides. 1-2, 2 outs. Nunnally gets his pitch inside. Peterson popped up, and our shortstop, Connor Marianac, for Culpeper, started walking towards the dugout. They thought it was over, but Nunnally. 2-2, 2 outs in a 10-9 ball game. Some serious crooked numbers put up on the scoreboard tonight. A 7 for Culpeper, now a 6 for the Sox, and Nunnally is going to get hit by this pitch. He'll head over to first, tying run now on first, and he's going to be tended to by Scott Strickland. It was off the elbow of Nunnally, and he is walking to first. Strickland talking to him on that walk, and Robbie Levy will come in here. Caltrider continues on because kind of similar to a situation the Tom Sox found themselves in the third frame. You kind of can't just throw a guy in there cold. If you do, you risk even more damage, and in this case, Leninger is going to have his ample time to warm up here, but you kind of got to expedite it because Caltrider is clearly tired. He had put forth a terrific start working into the fifth frame here, his longest start of the season pitch-wise, and now it's in danger of being a really wonky one on the scorebook as it's a 10-9 ball game. Levy digs in. He will face Caltrider. Nunnally will remain in the game. He stands at first. Tom Sox now batting around here. Levy had struck out in his first time against Cal Trider tonight, and in his the first at-bat from the Sox in this fifth. Levy, first offering, cut on and miss. Levy was looking to join Cooper Blauser in the home run party with that swing.
And we got to move our charts over yet again. Second time tonight.
Goodness gracious, my scorebook has been through the ringer, as has yours.
It's taking a hit.
The 0-1, Nunnally's running. Levy down into left field. Chasing after it is Larry, and underneath it, just in fair territory for the final out. But folks, the damage done, and if you are just joining us, well, you missed on a treat thus far, but it is a whole new ball game. 6 runs, 4 hits, but the biggest, Cooper Blauser grand slam, the second of the season for the Tom Sox, but maybe the biggest yet. It's a 10-9 ball game. Stick and stay with us as we enter the 6th frame here on Tom Sox TV.
5, Connor Meridian.
Tom Sox, plate 6. It's a 10-9 ball game as we enter into the 6th frame here on Tom Sox TV. Aiden Alexander continues on in relief. First pitch is called ball 1. Some defensive changes to catch you up on here. Robbie Levy has already come in. He's doing the catching, but this was when he was supposed to come in because here comes the mass substitutions. Alexander Wines fires the 1-0. Low might catch us all up on what we missed.
So in right field, Ethan Gibson has been taken out for Nick Parham. Ryan Wynn was taken out for Dean Mijos on that pinch running. However, Mijos is headed over to left field now. Vanderwood is going from left to shortstop.
2-1, laced in left field, but foul.
And Mumaw is headed from shortstop to second base. So there's all the defensive changes, and then what we will see here in the DH spot is Colby Wallace's day will be done. Jack McMullen will be the DH from now on, but that won't happen until the bottom half of this frame.
2-1, sails high. Count goes to 3-1. So I think he caught everything up. Good stuff,
We
Mike.
think.
We knew there'd be some switches. It was in the lineup, predetermined, as that's a 5-pitch walk. Trotting on over to first is Connor Marianac as we enter things here in the 6th frame. And the Tom Sox have made this a whole new ball game off the bat of Cooper Blauser, a grand slam driving home Caden Ferreira, Wallace, in Colby Wallace, that is, and at first base it was Isaac Vanderwood. One of the biggest home runs, maybe the biggest we've seen this season here at CHS. Alexander sets with the runner on first, and now he's going to throw over to first, checking in on Marianac.
I mean, we said it when it just everything looked bleak. You're down by 10. Cale Strickland had just gotten out of the game, and it just seems like from that moment, the guys bonded together and said, all right, we're coming back in this game, and we're making this as competitive as possible. And ever since, I mean, Aiden Alexander has delivered 3 innings. The offense has scored 9 in 3 innings. I mean, the Tom Sox are just back in this one.
Cut on and missed by Demery. 1-1. 1 on. Marianac stands at first. Alexander glove high, winds, fires, and tried to just drop it in, but doesn't connect. 2-1 count. Movement in the Tom Sox bullpen. Looks like Garrett Mason is warming for the Tom Sox. He'll come in for Aiden Alexander here as we see a plethora of arms come in. Alexander winds fires outside for ball 3. 3-1 count here, and that's kind of what the worry is with leaving a pitcher in this long. Alexander now in his longest outing of the season. You get the pitch count a little higher for a reliever. He's up over 40. And now the 3-1 from him is laced into left field. Going back on the track at the wall. Hasta la vista. Wow. A bomb from Bryce Demery. Demery, his 3rd home run of the season, almost to the exact same spot where Cooper Blauser hit his grand slam in the bottom of the previous frame. But Demery, the Longwood designated hitter, with a huge home run here for Culpeper to make it a 12-9 ball game.
I was just about to say, left field is seeing all the action tonight, and for the Cavaliers, too, that's their 33rd home run of the season. Now they're tied with number 1 in the VBL for most home runs on the season. This entire lineup just has a ton of pop off the bat, and they showed it there.
How about this now? 21 runs crossing the plate for both sides tonight. Larry over to third. Blauser makes the play. Ferrero stretches out, but can't reel it in. He was off the bag. They'll rule he was off the bag. Larry at first. And now Randy Tomlin immediately comes out. Fans don't like it. The dugout didn't like it, and he's going to talk to home plate umpire Lance Holtz. It was Vance Coleman's call over there at first, and here comes Randy to plead his case with Coleman. Ferrero was off the bag. They'll rule. Larry heads to first, and at the very least, Tomlin trying to get his money worth here as the umpires converge to have a conversation. Because, kind of similar to a situation we saw a few innings ago, you work the umpires to have a conversation, and Garrett Mason has more time to get warm as Aiden Alexander clearly tiring a little bit here, hung one over the plate, and Bryce Demery crushing it to make it a 12-9 ball game. If you want offense, folks, we have it tonight. 21 runs for both sides, and we're only in the top of the 6th.
It is now the most amount of runs, and they're actually going to overturn the call now. Now Culpeper wants an explanation for what just happened. I also thought Ferraro kept his foot on the bag, which I looked at you doing. I was kind of shocked at first by it, but umpires get the call down right now. But to your point, 21 runs. It is the most amount of runs by the Tom Sox and their opponents in the season so far. The most beforehand was against Waynesboro on July 5th, where they scored 20 total. So it just will look like a one-sided affair as all of a sudden just turned into an offensive shootout.
Ryan Peterson will dig in after the call overturned, as Mike said. Aiden Alexander getting some support here and gives Garrett Mason more time to warm up. With nobody on, Peterson will face Alexander. First pitch to him is going to plunk him. Hit by a pitch will send him to first. And Randy Tomlin now perched up, wandering around here. Have to wonder if he's going to come out, and he will. Tomlin comes out, and the call to the bullpen. Garrett Mason will come in. Aiden Alexander does a really solid job manning things. Pitches 3 innings in total, and does so to the tune of allowing just 2 runs at this point. He is accredited with the runner on first in Peterson, but really solid outing from the George Washington reliever. Garrett Mason from Virginia Tech will come in relief of Alexander. We'll give him some time to warm up. It's a 12-9 ball game. Offense galore here from CHS. Hang with us on Tom Sox TV. join you on Tom Sox TV. Dylan Price, Mike Bolger got you through the contest this evening. Garrett Mason is on in relief of Aiden Alexander, and he will come on to face Jackson Rusieski with Peterson on first. Garrett Mason, the Virginia Tech Hokie, coming in here in relief for Garrett Mason. He will face a Culpeper lineup tonight that has exploded offensively. And he gets a called strike one on Rusieski. For Mason, he comes into the contest tonight with a 2.07 ERA. His last time out was actually against the Cavaliers, where he pitched one of his best outings of the season. It was his longest, an inning and a third, allowing just a hit with 2 strikeouts and no runs. Now the 0-1 to Rusieski is fouled, and the count will go to 0-2. Mike Bolger, I thank you. He ran down to grab us both some waters because, folks, this has been a lengthy one already. And
We've had to talk a lot.
We've been yipping and yapping a lot. It's a 12-9 ball game. Garrett Mason has Rusieski right where he wants him. It's an 0-2 count. He checks in on the runner in Peterson at first. Rusieski tonight has flown out, struck out, and walked to come around to score. Pitch inside, jams up Rusieski, but he holds off on it. It's a 1-2 count. Garrett Mason. Now in total, this will be his 6th appearance of the season. 4 1/3 pitch, 4 strikeouts, 3 walks, 2 hits. And as I mentioned, a 2.07 ERA for the Virginia Tech right-hander. He winds, fires, drops it in a bucket. Garrett Mason with a filthy pitch to retire. Rusieski comes in, he gets a strikeout, and he continues his tear against the Cavaliers.
Filthy doesn't even describe what that was. Oh, my goodness. Garrett Mason. Great way to get out there and establish your control. And, you know, you were reading off all the stats and stuff. I think one of the most impressive things about it is that at Virginia Tech his first year, he didn't see any playing time. Now he comes here, and he's just been an absolute cornerstone of the bullpen for relievers for Randy Tomlin.
Almost the exact same pitch this time to the outer part of the plate. It lands. That off-speed stuff working early for Garrett Mason. He takes a deep breath, and he'll settle in here to face Ryan Kroepel from Arizona State. The Sun Devil has driven in 3 tonight with a double, a sac fly, and a ground out on the scorebook. Check swing doesn't go. 1-1 count. Runner on first, still in Peterson. In this frame, Bryce Demery launched a 2-run home run to left field. Second home run tonight from either side. That was smacked down the third base side, way foul. We saw a home run in the bottom of the 5th. A Cooper Blauser grand slam. It's the 2nd grand slam of the season for the Tom Sox. Last one happened in early June. Ethan Gibson actually to left field as well against the Waynesboro Generals, though, at Katie Collins Field. 1-2. 1 on, 2 outs. Mason, some heat high for ball 2.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't like the location of that one. Looks like he wanted to come down a little more, but released it a little too early for himself. So just needs to find his timing down a little more.
2-2, 2 outs. Mason winds, fires off speed. Tried for the outside part of the plate, just a little too far outside. Count now full on Kroepel. Kroepel just under the Mendoza line as it stands, but after tonight, he has climbed back up to it. I'd presume he's put forth a really strong night at the dish. And it's still early. It's in the 6th. Runner going, but won't matter. Garrett Mason rung him up. The Virginia Tech Hokie comes in, fans 2, and works out of the frame. 2 runs on a Bryce Demery 2-run home run. It's a 12-9 ball game as we head into the bottom of the 6th. It's a good old-fashioned shootout here from Charlottesville High School. Stick and stay with us because we can't promise you it, but there's a likelihood you're going to see some more offense and some more fireworks. Hang with us on Tom Sox TV. Bottom of the 6th, your score 12-9 as we come back to you from Charlottesville High School here on Tom Sox TV. Dylan Price, Mike Bolger on the call tonight. If you couldn't make it out to the ballpark, well, thanks for hanging with us here on Tom Sox TV. New pitcher in for the Cavaliers. It is Nathan Leninger. And Mike, you have the final line on a pretty strong start from Tyler Caltrider that tailed off with a grand slam and some serious offense towards the end for the Sox.
Well, strap in, folks. It's about to get a little crazy here with the stats from Colt Ryder. So, 5 innings pitched, 7 hits, 9 runs, 7 of those were earned, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts against 26 batters faced. He had over 110 pitches. Oh, my goodness.
Gonna need to ice that arm tonight, but kudos to Caltrider. Wow. What a performance. Going to be a sore arm for him. Moomaw swinging a miss on the first pitch from Leninger. Solid outing. That really, the blemish on it is the grand slam and the 6 runs in the bottom of the frame. But sometimes stuff happens. The arm gets tired. But he did a good service for Culpeper, guiding them through 5 frames. Now Leninger in here as our umpire stops play for a moment. And now we'll get set to resume. Sam Moomaw digs in a 0-1 count tonight. Moomaw singled, came around to score, and struck out in 2 plate appearances. Moomaw facing Leninger for the first time tonight, and then it's back to the top of the order for the Tom Sox. Moomaw digs in. Leninger lines, fires, cut on and missed. It skips underneath Peterson and just near the mic.
Not me, our crowd mic down there.
Moomaw's in, and actually back at the top of the order, we're going to have some changes. It's going to be Nick Parham, who's in the on-deck circle right now, and then Dean Mijos. We saw him come in to pinch run. So there's some defensive substitutions we caught you up on in the top of the frame. Now they come up to the plate. Off-speed pitch connects. Leninger, strike 3. Moomaw retired, and now Nick Parham digs in. Money and fame blares, and he steps to the plate.
And for Leninger, this is going to be his 7th appearance on the season. He did have 1 start. He's gone 13 1/3 so far. That strikeout adds to his 14 total now on the year. He's got a 7.42 ERA.
Parham digs in. First pitch to him. High, ball 1. Parham last night, in the continuation of the original Covington game, capped off a multi-hit performance, 2 doubles, reached base in every plate appearance, and racked up 4 runs driven home. Parham fouls this down the third base side. And then, in the second game, out of his natural position of the infield, was thrown into the outfield and made not 1 but 2 leaping grabs. Sports Center top 10 worthy plays. And now he's back in right field tonight. So, clearly Randy Tomlin liked what he saw as he comes in here for Ethan Gibson. Once again, Parham into that median that we've been talking about in foul territory where the fans are playing wiffle ball, and now it's a race to that baseball. Maybe the best race we've seen all day, but back at the dish. Parham, 1-2 count and out. Leninger shakes off a couple signs from Peterson. Now likes what he sees. The Toledo righty from Powell, Ohio. Winds, fires, in, check swing. Parham didn't go. It was high as well. So it's a 2-2 count with an out. Parham, deep breath, digs back in for Leninger. Rising junior, 7.42 ERA. He's started a game, but he's appeared now in 7 after tonight and pitching upwards of 13 frames. The 2-2 to the ECU Pirate in Parham. Dips inside, and now the count full for Parham. On deck circle, Dean Mijos. And in the hole, Caden Ferrero. Ferrero helping pilot some of that offense in the 6-run bottom of the 5th Sox put forth before. Full count, offering to Parham. Outside, Parham works a 6-pitch walk. He heads over to first. And Dean Mijos comes up to the plate for his first at-bat of the night.
Dean Mijos in the past week, has probably been one of the most underrated players on this roster. The past week, he's had 14 plate appearances, batting at .357. 5 hits, 5 runs. One of those was a double, RBI, and 2 walks. So he has just been lighting it up, to say the least.
Sox trail 12-9 here in the bottom of the frame. Ball sails high and inside on Mijos. Parham going to dance around over there first. 1 out for the Tom Sox to play with here, and a runner on. So opportunity for the Sox to get more runs across the plate. Like I said, we didn't promise you more runs, but it's all but a guarantee. 2-0 now as that ball goes low. Mike said during the break, I should have just guaranteed it to you guys, but if it doesn't work out, I'm not a liar. I'm a truther.
It's a guarantee. It's a guarantee.
If it doesn't happen.
Well, then, yeah.
2-0, Mijo swing and a miss. They'll say he tipped a piece of it. Does Lance Seltz, our home plate umpire tonight. It's already a game that is upwards of 2 hours and 20 minutes, so tip of the cap to all the players and the umpires for putting forth this performance tonight. 2-1, 1 out. Leninger kicks the leg, fires, Mijos fouls it off. Count goes even at 2 apiece. The Coastal Carolina Chanticleer, in for his first plate appearance, as Mike said, he has been on a tear as of recently, has elevated his average to 254 and his on-base percentage to 390. Really strong season from Dean Mijos in Valley League play. One of 3 Coastal Carolina Chanticleers to play for the Tom Sox this season. The 2-2, Mijos fouls it off behind home plate. Of course, pitcher who's been with us from the start, Chase Stryker. And then outfielder Jake Books. Dean Mijos actually best friend of his. They came out here to play for the summer. Unfortunately, Books was having a really strong season, but had to go home due to injury. But Mijos continues on, providing some Chanticleer representation in our lineup. 2-2, 1 out, 1 on. 12-9 ball game. Sox trying to cut into this 3-run deficit. Throw over from Leninger. Parham back with ample time to spare. Could have a cup of coffee in that time span, if you really chug it.
I'll say, I don't know if I'm a coffee guy, so I don't know if I could do that, but maybe a water.
Leninger. Rocks fires outside. Did Mijos go? They'll say he did. Mijos didn't love it. Neither did the Tom Sox dugout. They have not loved a couple of the calls tonight, and Scott Strickland is visibly talking over there. Really did not like that one.
Now at bat,
but
number 35,
regardless,
Caden Ferraro.
Mijos out. 2 outs, 1 on, and Caden Ferraro digs in from Blinn, first baseman tonight. Has reached base now in all 3 plate appearances. He's walked, drove home 2 on a double, and came around to score when he reached on an error. First pitch to him from Leninger, and his first appearance against Leninger is going to paint the outside corner for strike numero uno. Parham at first with a little lead. Ferraro digs in. The 0-1. Way outside for ball 1. Popping up out of the crouch to reel it in was Peterson, and likely saving Parham from heading into scoring position.
I think another underrated bat here is Ferraro, who on the season 13 hits, but 5 of those were doubles. So he just finds a way to extend on the base pads and put the Tom Sox in great positions.
Off-speed pitch dips in. It's a 1-2 count. So Sox have 1 on with 2 outs, trying to spark some more offense, some movement in the Tom Sox bullpen. It's Will Pearson. But for now, Sox still at the dish. Ferraro got on and missed. Strike 3. Leninger works out of a jam, blanking the Sox in the side. We head to the 7th. It is a 12-9 ball game here from Charlottesville High School. Keep hanging with us. It's been an instant classic thus far. We rejoin you on Tom Sox TV. Dylan Price, Mike Bolger, got you covered for all the action this evening. If you're joining us, thanks for hanging with us. If you've just joined us, well, still thanks for hanging with us. But you are joining what has been an offensive shootout. 12-9 ball game. Garrett Mason winds fires outside for ball one. Actually inside, but whether it's inside, whether it's outside, it's still a ball. Sox have Will Pearson getting loose in the pen. Mason fires a little high for ball two. Mason coming in relief. Fanning two in the previous frame as the Tom Sox trying to keep this game within reach. It's a 12-9 affair right now as Brock Bollinger fouls this off. Bollinger, first baseman tonight, back at the bottom of the order. Misericordia's representative, just above a 240 average on the season tonight, was hit by a pitch, has singled in a couple plate appearances. 2-1, just misses for Mason. It's a 3-1 count.
Seems like a lot of these relieving pitchers for the Tom Sox have been able, even on the entire day too, have been able to get that first inning underneath their belt. Then when it gets to the second and third, these batters are able to figure out what the pitcher's rhythms have been doing.
3-1, it's tipped. Count goes full. And movement in the Culpeper bullpen as well. Nathan Leninger had come in, and his night could be coming to a close. 3-2. Mason shakes off first sign from Levy. Likes the second. Glove high. Sets. Fires. The 3-2. Skied foul over the Tom Sox bullpen. And now Robbie Levy is going to come out and chat with Garrett Mason for a beat here. Ryan Wynn going to run out some fresh baseballs. And Mike Bolger on the case trying to figure out who is warming in the Culpeper bullpen.
Believe that's a 0, but I mean Culpeper. So I'm not totally sure yet. We have seen a couple cases where jerseys do get swapped. So
Ryan Kropel, that is tonight. Kropel, the second baseman. So
possibly shifting to the mound.
We shall see. For now, Garrett Mason, the payoff pitch in the AB against Bollinger. Winds, fires, skied, left field. Racing after it is Mijos on his horse, and he's going to get there, set, and reel it in for out number one. Mason now will face the top of the order as Will Pearson will get some more time to get warm. Not even in full pitching motion just yet. So Garrett Mason has some time.
Not bad.
See if he
Number
gets
8,
the whole
Blagan-Pato.
inning here as Blagan-Pato comes in from Longwood College. Center fielder tonight has reached on a walk, a single, and flown out twice. Already fifth plate appearance for the night for Pato in the top of the seventh. Mason fires outside and in the dirt for ball one tonight. Women in sports tonight, honoring all the incredible women in the industry, both on and off the field or playing surface, and also honoring our terrific host families that open their doors and their homes to the Tom Sox players and staff for the summer. 2-0 as that sails outside for ball two. Before the game, beautiful moment, all the host families honored with their respective players and interns, and some of the kids getting to throw out first pitches to their players. This one hit well into left field. Mijos chasing after it. It's going to bounce fair. It is going to be extra bases. The throw to second. Mumau has to lunge out to retrieve it, but it is a huge double here for Blagan-Pato. It was hit really well. Mijos tracked it, gave it a good run, but drops in for extra bases for the Cavaliers.
I mean, it just seems like the third base line tonight has had a couple sweet spots for a couple of these batters able to extend the base pads. And now when you look at the entire Cavaliers
17,
lineup,
Howard.
they have all gotten on base except for one man. That's John Howard. So he's got a chip on his shoulder in this at-bat with one out. They're only up by 3. We've seen the Tom Sox score quick. He's looking to extend and grabbing a couple insurance runs here.
Mason paints the outside corner. It's an 0-1 count with an out.
Well, to your point, Dylan, I mean, my host family is the Mullins with Chesley Mullins, our president. She's just been absolutely I couldn't be more thankful for her. I mean, me and Matt are down there with her, and she's done so much for us and her entire family.
Check swing. doesn't go. Howard holds off. 1-1 count. Chesley, of course, so valuable to the team, the entire Mullins family. This summer I've been with the Koch family. Drew, Kristen, Jacob, and Kayla. Honored that they've opened their doors for me and Nick Parham this summer. Entertained us, and it's been a lot of fun. As the runner going here, Pato going to get in safely to third. If you are thinking about becoming a host family, please do it. It's a terrific opportunity. Reach out to the Charlottesville Tom Sox. Lots of information on it. Everyone who does it, they're grateful they did it. You welcome a player or media member or intern into your home for the summer, and you build lifelong friendships. And I know, speak for both of us, we'll be staying in touch with the Mullins and Koch family after they were so nice to welcome us this summer. And as we mentioned, it's also Women in Sports Night. Thanks to all the incredible women who make this thing go round here for the Tom Sox. 2-2 count as the off-speed pitch lands for Garrett Mason.
Yeah, even on our staff alone, we've got some incredible women. Gigi Jones has been absolutely killing it so far this season. She's right behind me. I thought she walked out when I was going to give her the shout-out.
She's right behind you.
Oh, my God. She's right behind us, but on our media staff, too. London's been great. And so many others on our promotional staff. Emily Franklin. I mean, I could go down the entire list of people, and it would take me about 20 minutes to get through and say why each one are incredible what they do.
Garrett Mason sets for the 2-2. With one out here and one on third. Mason winds, fires. It is into left field, and it's going to be fair, and it's going to be extra bases. Another run will score for Culpeper. Pato comes home. That's the 13th run of the night for the Cavaliers, and it is a RBI two-bagger for John Howard. Howard now, that is his 21st run driven into the season, and everyone in the Cavaliers lineup now has reached base tonight.
And I said at the beginning of that bat, he's the most dangerous one right now with the chip on his shoulder. It looks like Randy Tomlin's going to go out to the mound. Is he going to signal yet? Yep. Looks like Garrett Mason's day will be done.
Garrett Mason comes out. Will Pearson comes in for the Tom Sox. We will step aside. Hang with us here on Tom Sox TV.
Cavaliers, number 5.
Will Pearson is in to pitch for the Tom Sox. Takes in a 2.13 ERA with 12 2/3 tossed and 13 strikeouts on to the season. He'll face Connor Marianac as John Howard stands on second after an RBI double. Has made this a 13-9 ball game. Sox trail by 4. If you're rejoining us here on Tom Sox TV, Dylan Price as Pearson fires that one in, gets the outside part of the plate for strike one, and Mike Bolger stepped aside for a moment. We alluded to you, so now you had to hop on the broadcast. Gigi Jones, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me, Dill. How are you feeling today? I haven't been around you much.
It's been a crazy game. 22 runs scored.
Definitely.
This is lined over to third. Blauser just going to retrieve it, and we will go again. It's an 0-2 count. So, Gigi, we talked about it. It's Women in Sports Day. You are part of an incredible staff of so many terrific women that are part of this Tom Sox team that make it go around, and you're also an aspiring sports journalist, incredible at what you do. I truly mean that. Future is incredibly bright. Talk a little bit about Women in Sports Day and what this means.
Definitely. I think, one, working in a place that celebrates the women that are on staff is a blessing. I think there's no other word to describe it than that. And just the level of support, I'm receiving from not only other women on staff, but all of the guys too, even the players. Everyone does a great job of uplifting all the women on this team and in this program. And it's fantastic to watch and to be a part of every day, honestly.
Coming up to the
Pearson gets the
number 32,
strikeout,
Bryce
and
Demery.
now trying to navigate out of this jam. That's a big pitch there from him. And Georgia Bulldog trying to get the Tom Sox bats up here. So you've talked a little bit off air, of course, as Pearson drops this in, but called ball one, about some of your role models in the industry on the media side of things. And it truly does feel like a lot of ground has been gained. Not enough, definitely a lot more that could be done, but who are a couple people who stand out to you in the industry, at least on the media side of things?
Oh man, that's so tough. I mean, I think just in general, growing up, there's been a few that I've been able to watch on TV, but just in general, I think anytime I see a woman on camera, whether it's basketball or football or whatever the sport may be, it's just kind of an exhilarating feeling. It gives you that sense of, wow, that could be me one day. So, oh man, you're kind of putting me on the spot here. It's like my favorites are, man. Oh my! See, I'm thinking it in the sense of favorite, but
Laced over to second. Mumaw gloves it, fields it to Ferrero, and that's the final out. Pearson works out of the jam, retires the side with just one run on the board. I'll let you finish your thought here before we step away on Tom Sox TV. But who are a couple people that came to mind, or you can't pick one? If you don't have to, you don't have to. I threw you on the spot.
You did throw me on the spot a little bit, but when we come back, I might have a few words to say.
A true pro. Keeping the viewers hanging. Hey, it's the seventh inning stretch. Hang with us here on Tom Sox TV. We got you covered for it all. Get up, stretch, and as you've heard us say, just as long as you're not in a car, let Kaylee Trent take this one into the break.
The ball game, take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care. So let's root for the Tom Sox. If they don't win, that's a shame. 'Cause it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old wall.
These words by Natasha Bedingfield blares through Willie T. Barnett Field, and we rejoin you here on Tom Sox TV. Dylan Price and Gigi Jones hanging with us for a little bit here as Jack McMullen fouls this one off. 13-9, we take it into the bottom of the seventh. Thanks to Kaylee Trent for guiding us through there with a great rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. I truly do say that after someone who did it, and, well, according to many, did not do the best job with Take Me Out to the Ball Game. 0-1 count now on McMullen here as the umpires converge, having a discussion and trying to figure out what the conversation is. We have a new pitcher. Ryan Kropel is in. He was at second base, the Arizona State infielder / pitcher. Comes into the contest. He's appeared in 8 games. This now his 9th. A 1-1 record with a 4 flat ERA, 18 innings pitched on the season. He has 2 saves as well. We'll get you the second baseman. Coming in for him in just a moment. The 0-1 from Kropel outside for ball 1. So, Gigi, it's been a wild game. Fans are getting more than they bargained for. A 22-run affair on Women in Sports Day and, of course, Host Family Appreciation Night. We've talked about some of the incredible host families. Give you an opportunity to shout yours out as well as it's a 1-2 count on McMullen.
Definitely. Joanne, if you're listening to this right now, hey, it's me. But yeah, I'm staying with a lovely woman by the name of Joanne. She has 2 older children who also live, actually, 3 older children who live downtown in Charlottesville. But she took me under her wing and has been feeding me a little bit, giving me a place to rest my head at night. And I couldn't be more grateful for the time that she's given me and just welcoming me into her home.
Jack McMullen retired on strikes as the Sox here in the bottom of the 7th. It's not do or die yet. They've certainly done a great job to crawl back into this one. But, Gigi, what have you been seeing today on the diamond?
Oh, man. I mean, I've been running around a lot today. We've had a little bit of commotion for sure. But, I mean, I think they're really just looking for some movement here. It's a close game, and we've seen that rally in those middle innings, so it's there, it's possible. But I think it's going to be crucial, especially right now, to see if we can load up these bases and just make an offensive try here to get some points on the board.
Isaac Vanderwood digs in, 1-1, 1 out, and it's 13-9 your score here in the bottom of the 7th. Kropel winds, fires, doesn't connect. It's a 2-1 count with an out. So I'll ask you here, because I've actually never asked you this. When did you realize you wanted to be in sports media?
Oh, this is a great story. I actually told it in my freshman seminar class. Shout out to Belisario at Penn State. But I was watching old football reruns with my dad, and I noticed that, one, there wasn't a lot of men on the screen, but that it was just as possible for a woman to be there. And just the relationship I have with him, how he's kind of fed sports to me on a silver spoon my entire life. He encouraged me. He told me that it's something I should pursue if I really like it, if I really love it, and if I have a dream. And the support from him and the rest of my family, of course, just inspired me to go to Penn State and to see what I could make happen.
3-2 incoming here from Kropel is fouled off, and we will rinse, repeat, and go again. So obviously, we've talked about this off air, so there's a lot of on-air conversations now happening here. But it wasn't initially what you went to Penn State for.
Right. Proud
to share them. We both go to Penn State here.
Yes,
but the Belisario Media Center, very glad that they have you. You do a lot of incredible stuff at Penn State. Can you tell the listeners and the viewers all about it?
Sure. I'm headed into my 3rd year here. But yeah, I'm a broadcast journalism major, digital media trends and analytics minor, and I'm pursuing a sports journalism certificate with the John Curley Center. So lots of fun stuff going on inside of the classroom.
Coming up to the plate here,
outside, I'm a Penn State athletics intern where I do some on-camera work for Big Ten Plus and Go PSU Sports. A member of After the Whistle, which you and Mike Bolger are also dedicated members and leaders of, and a couple other things here and there. Culture Central, Sports Night, and the Association for Women in Sports Media. I'm a dedicated member of that organization.
1-0 here to Cooper Blauser, now 2-0. Blauser, grand slam. It was the 2nd of the season for the Tom Sox. He rocked it over the fence in the bottom of the 5th, has the Sox now back in this ballgame. It's a 13-9 contest. Now a strike lands here for Cropel. You were out there in the midst of the fans, and it was a bit of a quiet crowd that kind of, rightfully so, had been dealing with the Tom Sox struggling offensively in the onset, but it seemed like we felt it up here, but the Grand Slam ignited things down there.
Definitely. That brought a lot of energy that the team and the fans themselves needed to really rally through the rest of this game.
3-1 to Blauser is lined and sneaks underneath the diving glove of Marianac. Blauser is in with a base hit, and the Cooper Blauser offensive show continues tonight.
And
Now
also
batting
seeing
number
the
9,
support
James
of
Nunnally.
the players for the other players is something I've really seen develop as we deepen into the season and approach the end, sadly. But when that happened, just watching them all be so excited for each other was great to see.
Blauser was mobbed at the second. He
Yeah.
raced the last 90 feet from third to home immediately. Ferrero, Wallace, and Vanderwood mobbing him. But
Yeah.
now James Nunnally here, he's still looking for that first big welcome to Charlottesville moment, but he's already a well-accomplished baseball prospect. We mentioned earlier he was drafted by the Milwaukee Brewers this past week. Bright future ahead of him. I'm going to give you the opportunity. You can decline it if you want. Would you like to call this at bat? Do some play-by-play?
I'm
You could say
gonna
no.
leave
You
it to
could say
the
no.
pros for now.
Okay.
Dylan's throwing me on the spot here. My first time.
I'm sorry.
on
I didn't know if you wanted. Okay.
the
Mike is cheering you
broadcast.
on the side.
I love him.
Nunnally called strike to him. It's an 0-2 count as Cropel tries to work out of the frame. And now at first base, Cooper Blauser after that single dancing around over there.
Dylan's trying to set me up. He knows I don't have my
oh my
glasses on
goodness.
today. I
Okay.
can barely see. For all
Called, not strike three. Everybody on the Cavaliers side of things thought it was, but James Nunnally watched it go by. Nunnally tonight has been hit by a pitch and retired in the other two at-bats. Nunnally, though, in a 1-2 count here. Nunnally sliced in over to second and getting underneath it. There is one of the Culpeper Cavaliers on the defensive side of things. No runs, one hit, no errors, and one man left on base. Gigi, I thank you for hopping on the broadcast. It was
having me.
a ton of fun. Looking forward to seeing all you do the remainder of the season and all you accomplish. I'm privileged to have gotten to know you this summer and excited that we get to go back to Penn State, knowing each other in the fall. Bright, bright, bright things on the future ahead. Gigi Jones, she's a star in this industry, a rising star. Follow her now, check her out, because she's one of those people you're going to be able to say, I knew you when. Come back at you on the other side. We head into the 8th here on Tom Sox TV. Gabe Larry digs in to face Will Pearson as we rejoin you here in the top of the 8th as we march into the final two frames of this contest here on Tom Sox TV. Dylan Price rejoined by Mike Bolger. Thanks to Gigi Jones for hopping on the broadcast for a little bit. She crushed it. As always, Mike, happy to have you back as we go through this final two innings here. It's been a crazy, crazy contest. We're approaching nearly 3 hours of play. It's a 13-9 ball game, 22 runs combined. Culpeper in the driver's seat, though. They lead by 4. Pearson fires. Larry roped in to right field. He gets down for a base hit. Parham can't glove it cleanly. Now it's going to get by, and Larry is going to get into second, sliding in safely. Gabe Larry gets in on a single and the error, and the Cavaliers dugout is loving it. Larry, a huge hit there, has himself in scoring position with no outs here in the top of the 8th.
That one just right in front of Parham, kind of bobbed it a little bit, and as soon as he saw that Larry took off, I mean, he turned on to a whole nother gear, basically, to get to second base. So heads up base running from him. Now it's tough. Will Pearson, who started off the year not so great, struggled a lot. He has just been stellar ever since, been one of the key role players in that relieving bullpen.
Pearson fires inside for ball 1. Pearson now up against Jackson Rosieski. Excuse me, actually, this is Peterson. I'm all catching up on the scorebook. As Mike and I mentioned earlier, we're all over the place. Scorebook's been chaotic. It's been a wild game, folks. 13-9. Cut on and missed from Peterson as he tries to provide some more insurance to that 13-9 advantage for Culpeper. 1-1 your score. Larry stands on second. Pearson digs in here, trying to get it first out. In the on-deck circle, we will have a pinch hitter. Get you that in just a moment here for the Cavaliers. Gabe Larry dancing over there at second. Levy able to outstretch and glove this and keep it from going by on the errant throw. 1-1 now. Tyler Schulman, a 208 hitter from Harvard University, Calabasas, California, is in the on-deck circle. Likely coming in here. He's the new defensive replacement for Ryan Kropel, who moves to the bump. And Peterson now awaits the 1-1 offering. It sails high and outside for ball 2. So we were wondering who was coming in for Kropel. We couldn't get a number before, just between the lights and those gray jerseys. It can be tough sometimes.
It can.
Now 3-1 count from Pearson to Peterson. Fires, doesn't get the outside pitch to land. So now runners on first and second. No movement in the Tom Sox bullpen. For now, this is Will Pearson's outing, and presumably for a little bit here. He'll now face Schulman. Schulman's first at-bat of the night as he comes in here. Pinch hitting for Kropel. Kropel. All right, never mind. We're catching back up here. Jackson Rosieski.
Number 31, Tyler Schulman.
He's in for him.
Harvard.
Kropel, the pitcher, is in the on-deck circle.
When you have 22 runs, 18 hits, and 3 errors in a game,
gracious.
it all starts to turn into one.
It all blends into one. We're tired, but we're thankful that you are hanging with us here on Tom Sox TV. Been a lot of fun hanging with you, as always, this evening. Schulman digs in here for Rosieski. Ferrero covering. He's in close. Blauser doing the same. Middle infield back. Levy pops up. He fires a throw off. Diving. Can't get back is Vanderwood. Larry fell down, so he's going to stop at second. Both Vanderwood and Larry were down. Center fielder Nunnally will get the throw back in. In a wild play, Levy fired the throw off. Larry was dancing around, was way off the bag, but everybody gets back. Everybody's safe. It's a 1-1 count. And goodness gracious.
And goodness gracious indeed. Tom Sox, man, get themselves out of quite the jam. That would have been runners in the corners. Oh, boy. I might have really put an exclamation mark on this one.
1-1 inside. Count goes to 2-1. Runners on first and second. Larry stands at second after a double that was rocketed. And now over at first is Peterson. Schulman backs up. It was inside. Pearson now struggling with a little bit of control here. It's a 3-1 count, trying to avoid loading the bases. Tom Sox breaking through in a big way. Made this a 10-9 ball game. It's now back to a wider margin for the Cavaliers. 4 runs, that is. It's gotten as high as a 10-run advantage, and now Adam Doffelmeyer is going to come out here and talk to Pearson. Stretching in the Tom Sox bullpen. Figure out who is getting loose there. I see Frank Menendez down there, one of the relievers. A couple relievers doing arm circles as well. Dean Campshire, one of those. So presume Adam Doffelmeyer just trying to settle in Pearson here and then likely try to avoid using another arm, but Pearson struggling in, maybe a little bit of fatigue as he works into another frame.
And for Adam Doffenmeyer, he has worked with Will Pearson so much this season. I can't tell you the amount of times that we've gone to places like James Madison University against the Turks. Will Pearson comes in, struggles a little bit. Right after the game, him and Adam Doffenmeyer are talking it up for, I swear, it's like half an hour sometimes. So what's best for Will Pearson right now is to hear from somebody that he has been hearing from all season long, and he's just got to hope that it helps something against, again, Schulman here, batting at 208 on the season, 16 hits and 77 at-bats. He's got 18 RBIs, so he finds a way to bat the runners home. And if you're the Cavaliers, you would need all of it right now.
3-1 incoming from Pearson. Larry stands at second. Peterson at first. Skied, shallow center field. Nunnally will have to move forward just a little bit. Larry's prepping to tag. Here we don't go. Larry goes back. Nunnally gets the throw in time to his cutoff man. And one out now here for Pearson as he tries to settle in and remain in the contest.
Yeah, and Larry's kind of dancing over there on second. Ever since Robbie Levy tried to get him on that throw that went into the outfield and then he slipped on second base, Larry has been sprinting back to the base. Like every single time, he's not messing around anymore. And that time, he kind of faked the tag up to go to third. So just trying to play some mind games late in this game.
Pearson checks to Larry. Sidewinder winds, fires, and throws it outside to Levy, ball number 1. So it's Ryan Kropel who digs in. After Schulman was retired, Kropel retired the side against the Tom Sox as the pitcher. He started the game as the second baseman before Schulman came in for him. Cut on and missed. It was a best-on-best pitch there. Pearson fired it in, and big cut from Kropel will connect. So now some football being played in the Tom Sox bullpen, just playing catch, and maybe Dean Campshire getting loose. Another big cut, another good pitch from Pearson, won't connect with it, so it's a 1-2 count, 1 out, and 2 on. Pearson trying to work out of a jam and keep this within a reachable margin for the Tom Sox as they try to battle back from a 10-0 deficit at one point. Pearson winds, fires outside for ball number 1. This game's had everything. It's had offense galore. At the start, it looked like a pitcher's duel. Both sides using a few arms. And it has been something, to say the very least. See if any other games have lived up to this craziness that we've seen. Kropel, Sky, left field, shallow left field. Mijos on his horse. Mijos tracking it down and gets there. Dean Mijos runs nearly 20, 30 yards to reel it in, flashing the speed, and that is out number 2. We check around the Valley League and see if there's any other chaotic games. Winchester bested Strasburg 10-3. Covington and Waynesboro don't have scores from either of those games. Woodstock beat Front Royal 15-5. In Stanton, the Braves lead the Turks 8-7. Percival leads Newmarket 11-0. And of course here, the score 13-9. Here's some context in the playoff picture. We don't know where Covington is in terms of their doubleheader today. Another doubleheader for them, this time at their own turf, Kate Collins Field, as this pitch is inside for ball 1 as Brock Bollinger continues on. But for the Culpeper Cavaliers, they lead 13-9 here. A win tonight, and that's called strike 1. Keeps them in the race as long as the Turks lose for the number 2 seed and the rights to host the wild card game. And for Covington, we don't have an update on them, but they're trying to keep pace with Culpeper as well. And Turks had an opportunity tonight to try to lock up that 2nd seed, but thus far their skid has kind of continued. Pearson winds, fires right up the middle, but gloving it is Mumaw for out number 3. Pearson allows 2 to reach base, but works out of a jam. And now we head to the bottom of the 8th. It is a 4-run ball game. 13-9 your score. Tom Sox looking for some offense. They've got 6 outs to make it happen. Stick and stay on Tom Sox TV. A Penn State classic blares through as two Penn Staters will take you through the conclusion of this one. Dylan Price, Mike Bolger here with you on Tom Sox TV, and we go from Sweet Caroline and a little Neil Diamond to a little Katy Perry. Some hot and cold as Robbie Levy digs in, and the Tom Sox offense is looking for four to try to tie it as they trail 13-9 entering into this bottom of the eighth. Offensive shootout, 22 runs crossing the plate on both sides. Ryan Kropel continues on, the second baseman turned pitcher in this contest. No position player pitching. He does a little bit of both. Swiss Army knife for the Cavaliers staff. Levy digs in the 1-0 count, and it is hard hit into left field. Giving it chase is Larry, and getting under it is Larry as he has to run up onto the hill that marks the bullpen for the Cavaliers, but still reels it in, and that's out number one.
Thank goodness he did that one. Again, we've been talking about it all night long. That third baseline all the way into deep left field. We've just seen a bunch of balls just drop right in there, right at the line. And right there, Larry able to grab it and put out one away.
Larry, great job there on his horse, just like Mijos was in the previous inning. Sam Mumaw digs in right now. Mumaw tonight reached on a single, struck out, but did come around to score one of the 9 runs for the Tom Sox. Mumaw doesn't go, holds back, 2-0 count. Trying to get base runners on the board here are the Tom Sox. Mumaw represents the bottom of the order. Then we go back to the top. It's Nick Parham. And then potentially Dean Mijos. 2-0 makes it a 2-1 right down the middle. Right down the heart of the plate. And Ryan Kropel, the Arizona State product tonight, has performed well at the dish, and now thus far well on the bump. 2-1 outside. Mumaw trying to work a walk here and get the runner on. Tom Sox have stranded a few on tonight, but for the most part, both sides have clearly converted. It's a 13-9 ball game. Mumaw works a walk, 5-pitch one at that, and now Nick Parham comes in. So some speed at the plate, some speed in the on-deck circle, and some speed on the diamond, and Tom Sox trying to claw into this 13-9 game. It was 10-0 after a Culpeper 10-run second and third, 3 in the second, 7 in top of the third. Tom Sox would get 3 back, and then 6 in the bottom of the fifth. 2 from Culpeper in the top of the seventh, 2 in the top of 6, 1 in the top of the seventh. Parham fly ball down the left field line, but foul. 2 in the top of the 6th, 1 in the top of the 7th, and Culpeper leads 13-9 here in the bottom of the 8th.
If you're the Tom Sox right now, you're back at we need any and everything to go right now. Right here, you've got 1 out, runner already on. You just got to find a way to punch them home. And it seems like once when they just get one, the snowball starts to build. It starts to roll down the hill, and they can build off of that. But you can't now go 3 straight innings without any runs being scored after that huge 6th inning. Or excuse me, that 6-run inning.
0-2, 1 out. Parham digs in and hits it well into left center field. It's going to drop down and out the wall. Mumaw racing. Mumaw puts on the brakes at third, and Nick Parham is in with a long stand-up double. It drops in beneath the glove of Pato, and Larry has to come in and get the cutoff throw. And Nick Parham, another double. It's his 3rd in the last 2 games. And Dean Mijos representing a big opportunity at the dish with 2 on, both in scoring position, and just 1 out here.
Well, there's your something. Now you need a guy that has come up a lot this season in that number 1 spot, leading off, been a reliable bat, just somebody that can get on base. And honestly, he gets on base, then the guy in the hole, and Caden Ferraro, is the game-tying run. So this can get closed very quickly here if you're the Tom Sox.
Kropel, ball sails high. Mijos on the season, a .390 on-base percentage he took into tonight. Came in for Ryan Wynn as a part of a bunch of Tom Sox splitting the game. Nick Parham, one of those as well. Came in for Ethan Gibson, the 1-0, inside and high. It's 2-0 count for Mijos. He represents a lot of speed. And already joining Mumaw and Parham, who have wheels as well. The boys can motor around the base path at any given moment. Mijos trying to make that happen. 2-0, though. Kropel kicks the leg, fires right down the middle, called strike one. Get me over fastball there for Kropel. Ferrero, as Mike mentioned, in the on-deck circle. And then in the hole, Jack McMullen, Jack Mack, as he's nicknamed. 2-1 and out. 2 on, both in scoring position for Mijos as the Sox trail by 4. Mijos skied into the Tom Sox bullpen, and both the right fielder in Rusiecki, it's actually now Emery. Rusiecki comes out with Kropel moving. Emery chased after it, as did Bollinger, but they both let it go. 2-2 count now, count even at 2 apiece after a 2-0 advantage. Kropel now works with the 2-2 count, 2 on, 1 out. Mijos, the Chanticleer, readies for the offering from the Arizona State Sun Devil. Mijos line right up the middle. It's going to slip through for a base hit. 1 run scores in Muha. Here comes Parham. Parham races through, and it's a 2 RBI single for the Coastal Carolina Chanticleer, Dean Mijos,
Dean Mijos, again, one of your reliable at-bats, bats them all in, and now there's your something to just continue to roll. As soon as the Tom Sox get a spark, this offense knows exactly what to do with it. Now you're headed to the heart of your lineup, the lineup that has really proven strong with Ferraro, McMullen, Vanderwood. It's time now, if you're the Tom Sox. Bottom of the 8th, you strike here, you take a lead, you head to the top of the 9th with 3 outs. You know the crowd's behind you, and man, Dylan, this would be the game of the year, to say the least.
Caden Ferrero will dig in with 1 on, and he's got wheels in Mijos. Dean Mijos, Ethan Gibson, not Ethan Mijos, folks. Nick Parham, Sam Muma, and Ryan Wynn, some of the fastest guys on the team, and we're seeing a few on display here. Caden Ferrero digs in. He has got a heavy hand at the dish. I've yet to see him go yard this season, but with a lot of doubles on it. 5 doubles at that. Took a 13-40 mark into tonight. Ferrero, thus far, has reached base 3 times, struck out once. Already has one of those doubles tonight. Actually, 6 doubles after that double. He drove home 2 on it. Dean Mijos stands at first after driving in Sam Muma and Nick Parham. 1 out. He will work and represent the tying run. Tom Sox offense exploded after trailing 10-0. Culpeper got a few, but it's a 13-11 ball game in what has been an all-timer here at Willie T. Barnett Field. First pitch to Ferrero, outside, ball 1. Mijos, I have to imagine he's probably going to stay put for the most part. Don't want to risk another out here. And in Kropel's case, trying to work out of the frame and limit the damage. Ferrero, sky, left field, foul.
Tomlin's known for his aggressive base running, but already today he's been caught once doing it, so I'd say it's safe to assume that with the tying run at the plate, he's going to stay put.
1-1. Ferrero readies way high and outside. It's 2-1 now. Jack McMullen in the on-deck circle, and then Isaac Vanderwood would be due up shortly thereafter if we get to that point. The 2-1 with Mijos on first, 1 out. Sox trail by 2. Ferrero, swing and a miss. Big cut from the Blinn Buccaneer. Now 10 runs driven home on the season for Ferrero. For Mijos, he tallies 2 more on that 2 RBI single that made this a 13-11 game just moments ago. The 2-2 to Ferrero. Inside for ball 3. 3-2, 1 out. Big pitch incoming here for Kropel. No movement in the Cavaliers bullpen. It's the Ryan Kropel show, and, well, he's trying to make it a double feature. 3-2, 1 out. Mijos stands with a slight lead at first. Kropel waits for the sign, kicks the leg, fires, cut on and miss, strike 3. Ryan Kropel with some heat, retires Ferrero.
That was a huge out right there if you're the Cavaliers. I mean, you've got a dangerous base runner. You know it. You're staring him down on first, and then the punch out and keep it out at the plate and not in the field as best as you can get it done. So you're not out of it yet, though. Jack McMullen has shown what he can do in a lot of key situations throughout the year. He's got a chance to do it here again.
First pitch to McMullen, outside ball one. This is now the highest scoring game on the season from both sides the Tom Sox have participated in. Previous was a 11-10 affair in Stanton. McMullen fouls this off. That game lasted 4 hours and 35 minutes. We are well over 3 hours in this one, so this would be the second longest game of the season for the Tom Sox. McMullen at the plate. The Liberty catcher, Manning designated hitter tonight, watches it outside for ball two. 2-0 count now with Mijos dancing over at first. And in the on-deck circle is Isaac Vanderwood. Cooper Blauser, who really sparked some things with a grand slam earlier, is in the hole. On first, Mijos. McMullen, watch the off-speed pitch go. It's a 2-1 count. It's already a big inning for the Sox, cutting that deficit in half. From 4-2, we stand. But now Culpeper trying to keep that number where it is. Jack McMullen trying to make some McMullen magic happen. McMullen skied into right field. On the run is Emery and dips into the Tom Sox bullpen. A couple of the relievers retreating as it was heading straight towards them. Emery will just throw it back in. And now 2-2 count, 2 outs.
I don't think anyway how this inning ends, whether McMullen hits a home run here or whatnot. I think no matter what, this is going to come down to the bottom of the ninth for the Tom Sox. Your offense gets a chance to walk it off at home. If you just won the division title last night, it's a huge moment.
2-2, 2 outs, 2-run ball game. McMullen skied, foul. Underneath it is Howard for the final out. Dean Mijos, a 2 RBI single, cuts the deficit in half for the Tom Sox. It's a 13-11 ball game. We head to the ninth for the conclusion of what has been, as Mike Bolger named it, maybe a game of the year candidate in not just the Tom Sox and the Cavaliers, but maybe the entire Valley League. Stay tuned for the conclusion here on Tom Sox TV. 10:16 p.m. We head into the ninth inning here on Tom Sox TV. 13-11 your score. It's the highest run-scoring game that the Tom Sox have participated in on the season, and we've got you covered with it all here on Tom Sox TV. Dylan Price, Mike Bolger, we will be your pilots for the remainder of this contest, so strap in. Seatbelts required because, well, you've needed it thus far if you've been with us. If you're just joining us, 13-11. It's a 1-0 count now here as Will Pearson fires a ball into Bollinger. Cut on and miss. Excuse me, it's Pato. We're back to the top of the order. As we've mentioned, there's been some scorebook tinkering as we've had to make some adjustments. Lots of substitutions for the Tom Sox. Lots of runs scored. Lots of innings used up on this scorebook tonight. A lot of ink from both mine and Mike Bolger's pen. Lined over to short. Making a play on it is Vanderwood, and he gets the first out. And Will Pearson, who continues on in the outing. There was some initial movement. Dean Campshire and Frank Menendez had been stretching the Tom Sox bullpen, but it's Will Pearson, and Will Pearson
Batting
likely
now, number
through
17,
this
John
ninth,
Howard.
and barring some unforeseen circumstances. And John Howard is at the plate. He doubled in a run last time up. Right now it's one of the 2 go-ahead runs that have Culpeper up here in the ninth. Time of the game thus far, 3 hours, 17 minutes. The second longest game of the season for the Tom Sox, one of the longest of the season as well for the Culpeper Cavaliers. Pearson fires on a rope into center field. Falling backwards is Nunnally. He won't be able to reel it in, so it's a single for Howard. And that's a 2-hit night for John Howard, one of the most dangerous bats in the Valley League. And he's now up to 33 hits on the season. The Mount Olive College third baseman having a really strong season for Culpeper, and it's continued here in Charlottesville tonight.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the Cavaliers lineup, the starting lineup, that is every single one of them has a hit. I mean, if that doesn't tell you what this game has been about, I don't know what will. And it's just crazy when you look at the run total compared to the hit total. It's been a lot of working the bases, a lot of walks. And for Will Pearson, he's going to find a way out of this.
Pearson fires outside. Levy pops out of the crouch to check in.
From BMI, number 2, Kazuya Jordan.
Kazuya Jordan in here for Connor Marionek. Thank you, Kaylee Trent. Kazuya Jordan has been a mainstay for Culpeper for bulk of the season as the VMI infielder sees it go by and paint the outside corner for strike 1. For the Tom Sox tonight, 11 runs on 10 hits with 3 errors for Culpeper. They lead with 13 runs on 11 hits and an error of their own. 1-1, 1 out. Pearson winds, fires, tries to get the outside corner. Levy pops out the crouch yet again as he continues to keep an eye on John Howard. Howard dancing around over there at first. With Culpeper leading by 2, they can take a few chances. They can afford it. Pearson, the 2-1. Jordan cut on and missed. Jammed up on the inside part of the plate, and he got him to bite. Count even at 2 apiece.
For Jordan this season, 11 hits, only 3 RBIs, batting at .220. He's got 1 home run underneath his belt. Be important to even just advance Howard into scoring position here.
The 2-2 from Pearson. He winds, fires, off-speed pitch. Doesn't connect, a little low. For the Tom Sox in the bottom of the ninth, due up, Isaac Vanderwood, Cooper Blauser, and James Nunnally. 2 UVA commits, 2 youngsters. Looking for their distinct Charlottesville moment. We already saw Vanderwood lace a homer in his first at-bat. Maybe he makes more magic happen. And Cooper Blauser tonight, already a grand slam. Pearson winds, fires, payoff pitch outside for ball 4. So the speedy Kazuya Jordan will enter the mix on the base pass for Culpeper.
Yeah, and to that part of the lineup for the Tom Sox, it's only been Blauser, so he's only gotten 2 hits. Vanderwood was able to walk 1 time today, so it's definitely a quiet part of the lineup with Blauser obviously being the loudest of the bunch, but again, none of that matters right now if you're the Tom Sox. It's just, can you find a way to turn 2? We've seen a couple double plays tonight. It can happen again.
First pitch from Pearson to Bryce Demery is outside for ball 1. For Culpeper after tonight, they're back home tomorrow, 7 p.m. first pitch. They host the Stanton Braves. And then the Tom Sox and Cavaliers will clash one more time from Culpeper County High School as Pearson's 1-0 offering is fouled off the nub of the bat from Emery. Count goes even to 1 apiece as Randy Tomlin and Ryan Wynn racing over to the baseball, give Ryan Wynn the win. But both of them getting their cardio in here late in the game. 7 p.m. first pitch for that game, as well as the Tom Sox round out their season series with the Cavaliers. Cut on and miss, strike 2. Off-speed pitch from Pearson got him to bite. And then the Lumberjacks, Covington Lumberjacks, will play host to the Cavaliers to end the season on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Regular season concludes for both sides. Both teams in the mix for the third playoff spot, and both contending for the second one. It's not entirely over. The 1-2 is going to come inside and plunk Demery to load the bases. And Will Pearson, who was motoring through, looked like he was really going to come through this inning with some confidence, some pizzazz. Now Dean Campshire warming up because he could be coming in relief. Pearson loading the bases, had all the momentum, but started to trickle away with a hit-by pitch and a walk. And Gabe Larry is up at the plate. He has a pair of singles tonight and has come around to score 2 for the Cavaliers. Cavaliers and Lumberjacks, both a game separating them right now. Covington had a doubleheader tonight as Pearson paints the outside corner for strike 1. Culpeper currently leading in this contest. And then the Harrisonburg Turks, they hold the second seed right now. Culpeper in line with the third. Harrisonburg Turks trailing 14-7 from Stanton. Check swing, did he go? They'll say he did not. Count even now on Emory. So Turks needed either a win or a Cavaliers loss to lock up the second seed and the rights to host the wildcard game on Wednesday. But if all things hold as they do, they will have to wait another day to try to clinch that. Pearson fires. It's going to get away from Levy. 1 run will score. Everyone advances. Jordan to third. Emory to second. And the run comes home in John Howard. It's now a 14-11 lead for the Culpeper Cavaliers.
If you're the Cavaliers, that situation that Dylan was just talking about is looking even greater of odds of happening. I mean, again, still a lot of quality games left to be played, but for tonight, the Cavaliers can grab a heck of a road win here in Tom Sox territory. It would be something to note as we head into the playoffs.
The 2-1 for Pearson outside makes it 3-1. Now Larry, danger of working a walk on Pearson to load the bases. Larry, look at his chops, trying to reach base for the 4th time tonight in his 6th at-bat. A lot of ABs for everybody tonight. The 3-1 sails inside on Larry, nearly hits him. Either way, he heads to first. Bases now loaded. Randy Tomlin on the dugout railing, pacing. Dean Campshire from UVA warms
Now
up
batting number 48,
his role,
Ryan
according
Pearson.
to our own SID David Argo, with the Virginia Cavaliers this season. And in watching some Cavaliers games, was kind of the mop-up duty, the guy who came in tough situations with some heat, with some outstanding repertoire that he boasts to work out of jams, and now Dean Campshire will be tasked with trying to do so here. Will Pearson comes out. Dean Campshire, the University of Virginia Cavalier, comes in. We will step aside, but hang with us here on Top Sox TV. The 6'5" lefty from Falls Church, Virginia, Dean Campshire, comes on as we march through the top of the ninth. 14-11 your score here from Charlottesville High School. Dylan Price, Mike Bolger on the call tonight for this contest. Thanks for making us part of your Saturday evening. If you've been hanging with us in this 14-11 affair, Dean Campshire paints the outside corner for strike one. Campshire has pitched, this now being his 5th appearance for the Tom Sox, but his first at home.
Thank you, Ben, our SID partner, I guess, with David Argo as well. And, yeah, this will be his third and fourth inning.
The 0-1, Ferrero sends it over to Levy. Levy tags the bag, now fires it to Ferrero, and the throw's going to get away from Ferrero. 1 run will score. Larry is stopped at third, but crossing the plate is Demery, and that now makes it a 15-11 ball game. Cavaliers saw the Tom Sox cut their lead in half in the bottom of the 8th. Now they've brought it back to 4, 15-11 here in the top of the 9th.
I get it. You want to get that double play and get your pitcher out of the inning right now, but you got the out at home. Fight to live another day. I mean, that was just a very, very tough throw over there to first base. It doesn't go, and, man, that's a heartbreaker right there if you're Robbie Levy and this Tom Sox team.
15-11 your score now. Campshire fires. Another error on the night for the Tom Sox. It'll be ruled an E3. That's 4 now for the Tom Sox tonight. They lead the VBL in errors with now 73. Campshire fires inside for ball 2. It's a margin that is closely competed with by last night's adversaries for the Tom Sox twice, the Covington Lumberjacks. They had 69 coming into tonight. The 2-0 from Campshire with runners on the corners. He lands an off-speed pitch, and now Robbie Levy going to come out and talk to Campshire. So Gabriel Larry stands on third. He advanced over there on a fielder's choice and an error that now has Ryan Peterson over at first base. At the dish right now, Tyler Shulman. He came in for Jackson Rosiski in the lineup, but took Ryan Kropel's spot at second base. Kropel will continue on as the pitcher, and he's also in the on-deck circle, and there's no movement in Culpeper's pen, so it's Ryan Kropel's job to finish. Campshire fires right down the middle for strike 2. 2-2, 2 outs. Campshire a strike away from getting out of this inning and sending it to the bottom of the 9th, and the Tom Sox down by 4, but both sides clearly capable of some offense. It's a 15-11 contest. 26 total runs from both sides. The 2-2 with 2 outs and 2 on. Campshire kicks the leg, fires, it's chopped, and just in front of Campshire, he's just going to watch it fall. Blauser going to step in front of it, and they're just going to eat it. Put it in the pocket after a 4-error night. Make a wise decision to just let everything stand, give him the free bag. It does load the bases, but in a 4-run ball game, I think that was the smartest move from all parties.
They learn from their mistake, and they just keep it in the infield and keep a run off the board. You just don't know when you try to make a spectacular play. There's a good chance that it happens. There's even a greater chance that it doesn't. So you got to be careful, play conservative, and that's exactly what they did there.
Kropel tonight doubled, drove home a pair of runs. Sack fly as well. He's driven home 3 tonight in total. 0-1 now as Campshire paints the outside corner yet again. He's doing a really, really good job finding the strike zone, but defense looks to back him here. Campshire, the 6'5 lefty, winds, fires. Strike 2, cut on and missed, and now Campshire a strike away from retiring the side, working out of the jam, and sending this up to the bottom of the 9th. Tom Sox have already put 6 on the board in an inning tonight. Culpeper, their highest total in an inning was 7. Campshire winds, fires, just misses in the outside part of the plate. The 7 from Culpeper came in the top of the 3rd. The 6 for the Tom Sox came in the bottom of the 5th. As I mentioned, in total, 22 hits and 26 runs from both sides. 4 errors as well from both sides. 5, excuse me, now 4 from the Tom Sox. The 1-2, off-speed pitch. Got him. Dean Campshire rung him up to end the inning. Top of the 9th. Cavaliers do play 2 runs. And now, Tom Sox fans, put your rally caps on. Culpeper fans, sit on the edge of your seat because it's been a thrilling contest thus far, so why wouldn't it come down to the bottom of the 9th? Ryan Kropel marches back out. He'll warm up, and we will step aside. Hang with us here on Tom Sox TV. Isaac Vanderwood, Cooper Blauser, and James Nunnally due up for the Tom Sox. It's the bottom of the ninth here on Tom Sox TV. Dylan Price, Mike Bolger for the conclusion of this contest as the Tom Sox trail 15-11, looking to work into a 4-run deficit. Tom Sox most runs scored in an inning tonight, 6. Culpeper 7. Both offenses more than capable of a crooked number. Sox would need some offensive explosion one more time tonight to try to win this 1-0-1 count as it's fouled off the tip of the bat from Vanderwood. Vanderwood, the University of Virginia commit, joined the team last week. Vanderwood cut on and missed. Kropel induces a swing and a miss. For Kropel, he will head over 50 pitches in this at-bat. This is 2+ innings of work for the Arizona State Sun Devil. He fires the 0-2 to Vanderwood, sails high and got away from him. He lost his footing at the tail end on the follow-through, and it's a 1-2 count. Cooper Blauser, who's in the on-deck circle, son of Jeff Blauser, legendary Atlanta Braves player. The 1-2 outside for ball 2, and tonight had a legendary Charlottesville moment. Second grand slam of the season for the Tom Sox, this time off the bat. Jacksonville State's Blauser. He's in the on-deck circle. Up now, though, Vanderwood, the 2-2 to him. Just misses. Misses by a hair. Prompting out of the crouch was Peterson. Thought they were going to go around the horn, but it's a full count. Vanderwood trying to get on the base pass and spark this rally. The rally caps are out. Everybody waiting for this one. 3-2, sails inside. Vanderwood works a walk. 6 pitches at that. No movement in the Culpeper pen. Kropel's going to continue on, and now here's Cooper Blauser.
0-2 count. You battle all the way back to get a walk. And again, every pitch, strike, ball, doesn't matter. It matters now. Everything coming to a close. Tom Sox, you take everything like it's your last pitch, and great job by Vanderwood there.
First pitch to Blauser outside for ball 1. Tom Sox would need 4 to tie and lengthen this contest out. Already upwards of 3 hours and 35 minutes tonight. The 1-0 to Blauser. This time lands. Went for the outside pitch on the first time. The second time around, check please.
Which means if we do math correctly, Robbie Levy is the game-tying run, pending any outs.
Levy, the George Washington catcher, stands in the hole. Another pitch to Blauser, called strike. Now 1-2 on him. Vanderwood stands at first. Nunnally, fellow UVA commit, stands in the on-deck circle. Blauser, bat on the shoulder, now takes it off. He's ready. Kropel, the 1-2. Sails high, 2-2. Had some heat behind it. You heard the pop in the glove of Ryan Peterson. Peterson, kudos to him, has been steadfast, the catcher tonight for Culpeper squad. 2-2. Kropel. Rocks, fires, outside and in the dirt. Ball 3. Last time, count was full on Vanderwood. Vanderwood battled back to work a walk. Now Kropel in danger of walking a second, but he'll check in on the aforementioned Vanderwood. Ready and fire. Payoff pitch incoming from Vanderwood. 3-2 outside, ball 4. Back-to-back walks worked by the Tom Sox. Blauser to first, Vanderwood to second, and now James Nunnally is up with Robbie Levy in the on-deck circle. Nunnally, we mentioned, still looking for that first big Charlottesville Tom Sox moment. He's gotten the first hit off the back, already drove in his first run. Tonight he's reached base, but he's 0 for 3. Was hit by a pitch once. All in all, Nunnally, a top talent for Virginia Cavalier fans to be excited about in the future. We've seen him flash the leather. Now see what he can do with the stick. Runners on first and second. First pitch to Nunnally. Skied foul behind home plate. No outs for the Tom Sox here in the bottom of the ninth as they have turned some rally caps here in the crowd that has stuck around on Women in Sports Night and Host Family Appreciation Night. The 0-1 incoming to Nunnally. Off-speed pitch. Dropped it in a bucket. 0-2 count. Kropel had seen 2 strikes on the scoreboard against both Blauser and Vanderwood, but Both worked walks. Now Nunnally digs in. Nunnally smacked over to third base. Plays it off a hop. Now tries to turn two. Nunnally going to run it out, so he's going to stick it in his back pocket. You trade it out, and I think in a 4-run ball game, that's a win for Cropel. And you stop that runner going to third, too, which would have been 90 feet from dipping into the lead. And now Blauser at second, Nunnally at first, and Robbie Levy digs in. He's already had a few history book moments for the Tom Sox this year, including a walk-off. That's not in play here, but Levy still one of the mainstays on this team. Could make some magic happen. He digs in. He gets set to face Cropel. Nunnally, Blauser, first and second. One out now here. Levy, broken bat. He broke two yesterday. It splintered over to second. They'll get the force at second. No, they won't. Ball dips out of the glove of a covering shortstop in. Wow. Kazuya Jordan, it dips out of his glove. Robbie Levy now at first. Second, Nunnally. Cooper Blauser at third. Bases are loaded, and Sam Mumaw represents the tying run. And for Robbie Levy, that is the third bat broken in 2 games. That is going to burn a hole in his wallet.
I just know he's beside himself right now. I mean, I think we talked about it yesterday. It's just he's going to have to dig into his own pockets there to get another bat. And, I don't know, maybe get a priest to like pray on it or something like that. Say, hey, please don't break. Like I don't know. Whatever trick can work in the book.
First pitch to Mumaw. Misses for ball 1. Robbie was nice enough to sign one of the broken bats yesterday. It'll now be memorabilia in the Tom Sox press box. It's displayed. Levy joking about it. Took a few pictures with the bats. The 1-0 to Mumaw outside, and Peterson had to pop out of the crouch and just able to glove it. Levy on first after the E6. Nunnally at second. Blauser at third. 1 out. 2-0 count here in the bottom of the 9th. Tying run at the plate in Sam Mumaw. The 2-0 to him. Mumaw skied, shallow center field. Chasing after it is Pato. Pato gets under it. Tagging up is Blauser. No, he will not. He tagged, but then will retreat quickly back. Now Nick Parham will dig in with 2 outs. Bases loaded. Tying run represented by the aforementioned Parham here in the bottom of the 9th.
Honestly, who else would you want in a potential game-tying situation than Nick Parham right now? He is by far been one of the most stellar players in the past week on this Tom Sox lineup that has definitely also flown under the radar for what he's done, not only at the plate but in the field.
Doubled and came around to score earlier tonight. Parham, first pitch to him, called. Strike 1. Dean Miho stands in the on-deck circle. He'd represent the go-ahead run. Still a lot would have to happen to get to that point. 2 outs, bases loaded, down by 4. Parham digs in, 0-1 count. Ryan Cropel, the Arizona State Sun Devil, now over 60 pitches, 67 at that. Parham swinging a miss, and the Sox are down to their last strike. Parham steps out of the box, deep breath, digs in. Levy on first. Nunnally second. Blauser third. Cropel gets the sign from Peterson. Toes the rubber. Fires the 0-2. Parham cut on and missed strike 3. And this game has come to a conclusion. The Culpeper Cavaliers get a much needed victory in the VBL South playoff picture. They win 15-11 on 12 hits with 2 errors. Tom Sox fall 11 runs on 10 hits, 4 errors. It was an offensive shootout. Everything and more happening in this one. A grand slam, a pair of home runs, one from both sides. Mike, we saw a long contest. Time of the game, just over 3 hours and 40 minutes. Final thoughts, Mike?
I mean, an absolute wild game to say the least. Even despite the loss, this is potentially one of the greatest games that we've seen here at Charlottesville High School. I mean, again, on the day, you've got unbelievable 26 runs and 22 hits and 6 errors. But, again, it's the bullpen for the Tom Sox got off to that rough start. Then the Tom Sox dug deep, trying to climb back into this game. And I feel like out of anything, if you're the Tom Sox to pull away from this game, is that, yeah, you're down 10-0, but you didn't back down whatsoever. So I think that's the best thing you can take from this game. And for the Cavaliers, your guys' chances of staying for that second seed against Harrisonburg stays alive. And again, you get a road win against the South Division champs. Can't get any better than that.
If you're scoreboard watching at home as a Cavaliers fan, the Turks are down to their last outs in the top of the ninth. The Braves lead them 15-8. A Turks win or a Culpeper loss would have locked up the number 2 seed for the Turks and the home field advantage in the wild card game. But as it stands right now, Culpeper could still be in the mix for the number 2 seed. For Culpeper, they will host Stanton tomorrow at home. Then the Tom Sox in the regular season at that finale between both sides on Monday. They round out their regular season against Covington in Covington on Tuesday. For the Tom Sox, they take the 2-hour trek to Covington tomorrow before coming back home to round out their season on Tuesday. Skip the date for you. On Monday, they will have that aforementioned matchup with Culpeper. Final score, 15-11. It was an offensive shootout, a lengthy one, but if you stuck with us for even a portion of tonight's contest, we thank you for spending your Saturday evening with us. For Mike Bolger, I'm Dylan Price, tying a bow on this one and saying wherever you are, wherever you may be, thanks for hanging with us this evening. Final score, 15-11. Great game. Good night.